to full fucking years. Let's fucking go. Here's to another 20. Sarah's 18, lil guy.
Hi. Miku, please. Miku, please. Oh my god, oh dear. Hello. I'm gonna play back. There was Twins. Hello, hi, welcome everybody. Hold on, let me put you on light mode. Hi, Mochi. Let's see. Hello. Our lovely motor today is Echo. I have not taken my vitamins. I will grab those though. But thank you, Doc. I can't believe it's been 2 full fucking years. That's crazy. Oh, you did get the umbrella thing. I really want it. Okay. Oh, don't you dare lay on that. Okay, now you can lay on it. Okay. Mochi was about to lay on my keyboard. Oh my god, anyways. Hello, Turnip. Hi, Kai. Thank you for 21 months. Hello, Steve. And hello, oh dear. Don't worry about it. Always good to hear from you. I'm just glad to see little check-ins every once in a while. But I hope you've been well. I hope you've been surviving. I know it'd be rough. Anyways, hello, hi. The window's open right now. It's gonna be warm later, so we're trying to cool off the house as much as we can. Hi, Quiet. Hello, hi, welcome. I do need to respond to B, but unfortunately I just unplugged my keyboard. So we're gonna do this. No, I can't respond there, actually. I say that because, oh my god. I miss you so much too. I really do hope you've been well. Like I said, I know life be rough, but we miss you. We do always think about you. We played a little bit of Baldur's Gate again recently on stream. And we have been avoiding getting to Halson because we're like we can't get to Halson. We can't show Oh Dear's Mans without them. It's just getting it covered in the lip tint I have on. Let's fix this. We were doing Underdark stuff anyway, so, you know, we had other things to do. Let me grab my vitamins. Slept through it? Oh, I have this on. I was watching YouTube on my iPad. That's a mood, though. But we didn't get to your mans, I can tell you that. Vitamin. Get it. Okay. You see Mochi? No, you can't. Okay. What's playing? Still friends. Okay. It's really fucking bright, though. I won't lie. If I stand up, I don't think it'll be as bad. Rising up Mochi. My journal almost got snapped, bro. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. No, you guys are a good height. My hearing? Work computer has terrible speakers. Ew. Not the work speakers. It'd be that way. I am small. Okay, Mochi, I really need to type a message to B. Hold on. I'm trying to plug my keyboard back in. Oh, there we go. Okay. Start stream, and then Mochi tried to lay on the keyboard. Anyways, I think top games to play, or are you 2, 4, and 8? Though 9 now is there too. Our friend, B's friend Ash, love her to death. She asked me what my favorite game of the series is from Resident Evil. I'm like, I need to answer this. How is everybody else doing? How's everybody's been? Probably between 2 and 8. The stories in those are amazing. But like I said, I think 9 is coming up to them. Oh, rip. Is still love Ash. Okay. Fine, we're craving a Whopper. Funny enough, I was actually looking at Whoppers yesterday because we were cooking in the kitchen and we were, yeah, there was an ad Though I was looking through the magazine ads that we got for the mail, and one of them was Burger King. And I was like, oh my god, look, the Whopper. Think I have a cold? No, Steve, not good. 42, 42. You're almost there. You're almost there, Doc. Okay, fuck yeah, you booked the train ticket. We like to hear that. Hi, Shaylin. How? Guys, I'm doing amazing. Hell yeah. How have you been enjoying Core Keeper? I want to move things around because I know that's the addiction. Okay, we're gonna move this. I like having that over there, but right meow, this needs to go over here. I can't do that to Mochi. Actually, just kidding. I will move these though. I cleaned my desk yesterday, so like I have lots of space. I just need to like fix where everything sits right now. You not fucking get stupid phone. The phone is sabotaging. It be that way. Implode! No, Steve, don't implode. Can't run. My knee is still fucked. Oh my god, no, Shaylin. I hope your knee gets better soon. Dude, I have so many messages on my phone. I have a bad habit I've learned now with texting specifically because I get overwhelmed with I'm not texting a lot of people, but like sometimes I'm having multiple conversation in one text, but then I will see the text message pop up, I'll read it on the notifications and I'm like, okay, yeah, I should say that back, and I put my phone down because I'm not texting back at that moment. And then I forget about it. Gone down almost. Okay, we take that as a win. It's getting there. It's slowly going back down to normal. You fell on it hard because I took it the whole blow. No, don't start cold calling me. I do actually enjoy when my friends randomly call me. It's just the case that sometimes I'm like, eh? Eh? And or I'm in deadlock and I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you trying to call me right now? I fucking love that though. I'm just gonna start cold calling you when you mean. Like a little thread of like, talk to me. You're going to talk to me. Yes. Okay, wait. Which one though? Like OG or remake? Like the cheap ass remake they did the GameCube. Fuck. Still okay though. I just need more people who have played the OG. That's the shit. What do you mean watching? That's a scary sentence. Can't run the. Then definitely get her. No, we're not gonna take out Shaylin. I'll only call when things are time sensitive. Okay, that one's fair, Shaylin. Actually, yeah, time sensitive because sometimes I actually don't see the message in time. Like I said, when you made the executive decision about making decisions for skating, I was in the middle of deadlock. So I didn't even know I got a text. Yes, she is right here. Good enough. You haven't seen Mochi in a while, oh dear, so you will get the Mochi cam. Remember, she would get random memes at 2 a.m.? Fair. Okay, that looks really bad. Sorry, I can see the cut on my arm. It's from one of my cats. Kitty, yeah! It's Kitty! It's Miss Kibby, Miss Mochi. You should turn your phone off during deadlock. Anything going on during that time is not necessary. Okay, so Steve, funny thing about that. Jordy has yelled at me because I have a TikTok problem. That when I die, because sometimes you have like a 40-second timer and it can go up to a minute timer. So I get bored. So I just grab my phone and go on it. and I just put it back on like its little phone rest. He has told me to fucking throw the phone in a different room because I have a problem. So I have stopped using my phone during deadlock a little bit. I've gotten a little bit better of like not opening it during deadlock. I just forget about its existence. Though sometimes I'm like, I'm bored, I'm dead. It's a bad problem. Okay. B said she's watching you type and respond. Okay. I was like, what do you mean she's watching? That's scary. Away from my cats for a few hours. I already miss it. Me every time I leave. I've done it a couple of times, oh dear, when I'm in the car with my mom and we just leave the house and I'm like, I miss my cats. And she was like, what the fuck? You just left. We just left. It's emoji time. And me trying to type. What do you mean she's watching? That makes sense though. Okay, okay. She goated then. I love OG. I used to always open the door to see the dog scene. Cat cam? Yes. Hello, Kev. Oh, dear hasn't been here. Mochi's here, so therefore it's cat cam. I'm gonna hold. I keep on grabbing my mug like this. There's a whole handle. PG for the work computer. Nope, real as hell, real as hell. That's why Nikki sometimes... I never fixed it because I broke OBS when I did try to do that, so I'm scared. But I used to have subtitles so that you can listen with the sound off. The subtitles broke because it updated everything. And I'm too scared to fix it right now because the last time I did try to fix it and remove that, it just killed OBS. I wasn't even streaming, it just killed it. And then I had to fix that. It was very funny, but we will keep it, you know, we will keep that in mind. I think we can keep the curses out. Will we talk in innuendos? Maybe. Okay. B said in all caps, she hates the dogs. Nah, bro. She for real for that one. Those dogs, she should know it. The scene in that first game in the hallway has me traumatized. I have like war flashbacks when I'm in that hallway. One curse word, use it. We're allowed one curse word. I'm about to ruin it for everybody. I'm about to use it right now. So calm. Yeah. Okay, she's very calm, but she is yeah. Text like an old man. I text like an old man the way that I talk or the way that I type? What you mean by that? Because my typing is hindered by Mochi. Therefore, Mochi's typing. Keep the streamy. No, Doc used it! Guess what, guys? Challenge run today. No cursing. Who forgot his glasses and squinting very hard? Real as hell. I actually don't. Talking while typing like that? Oh, that's for real. I always do that like that. So that sometimes when I'm on the call with somebody, they hear me type out the whole sentence and then they get the sentence. And so I love doing that because I'm like, well, you just heard everything I needed to ask you. But anyways, you have it in text form now. Typos in Discord. Dude, it's okay. No, oh dear. It's really bad. The typos are really bad right now because my U, my N, a couple of the numbers randomly. The U and the N are the really ones that fuck me up. I think E does it too. Possibly I. They don't always work. Like the actual keys don't always work. And or sometimes they work, but they fire the key 3 times. So then 3 U's get put. Yeah. So like those keys genuinely don't work sometimes. So sometimes they work completely fine and that's my normal typing. I need a new keyboard. I do need to check. I forgot to check yesterday to see if my things have extra switches to fix the switches. I love this keyboard so much though because like this is metal. This is a chunky keyboard. But yeah. I do type wrong, but now it's extra bad because there's keys that don't work. So sometimes when I think I type it, it's not even there. Soon you'll see an SOS from me, but it's gonna be a ooh, just that. The S's probably won't work. But I swear to God, no, it's fine. I love this keyboard. It has little cat ears. I can't get rid of it. And like I said, it's fucking metal. Oh, I'm sorry. There is the one that I do really want to get, but I'm in between getting that or something else. To really press down on it. That's fair. That's what let's see. Okay, so we got it in there. I'm gonna put a space. We're gonna, okay. Oh. Oh, don't sit on my hand like that. Oh, hold on, I didn't put a space. Okay, this is gonna be a whole bunch of N's, but you can see the consistency of sometimes it presses 1, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3. When does it not want to press? Who knows? You seems to be good. What kind were you think? I see what you're doing. Just like, oh, you know, I need one too. Do you got any recommendations? Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Cats love getting their tails in the way. Oh my god, for some reason, oh dear, my cat's tail is so strong that even when I'm in deadlock, sometimes she'll hit escape and like, she hits escape and I'm like, stop it, I'm trying to play the game. We're gonna, oh, the one I want. Boy, it gets me. It's so real. And parasocial. Man, you're so pretty. Oh, so cute. I didn't even brush out my hair today. I brushed out my bangs, and by that, because some of it was like straight down, I was like, hold on. You guys will boost me into going to modeling. You did a new Cuber. I was just asking for Rex, but I guess my past is catching up to me. Said fuck, I guess my actions have consequences. I can actually recommend brands. The one I just got my brother is from Yunzi, which is very nice. They have a couple, if you go on that website, you can see my soul. But they do take a little bit to ship because it is coming from China. So it does take some time, but they usually have sales and whatnot. But I do actually really like their keyboards. They have very nice sounds. I think I've always bought from Mechanical Keyboard, like the whole fucking website. Me. There you go. Me. Oh baby, she moves. Ducky, Ducky, I think is the other one. Yeah, Ducky is another brand that I really do love. Their stuff is really nice. They have some like normal basic things. Mechanical Keyboard website. Yes, mechanicalkeyboard.com. It's when I came up when I first was looking for keyboards. I was like, oh, okay. I know. I'm very excited for farm. I need some happiness. I do need. Literally, we know your tactics. Meow, 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 meow. You're doing a lot of talking, but it's fine. Sorry, I was catching up on everything and then mixing up things and then realizing some people said something, but I thought somebody else said that. But it don't matter. It don't matter. She moves. But I do like Ducky. Ducky is a really good one. Ducky has one of okay. It's not necessarily a dream keyboard anymore, but it had one of the keyboards when I first was getting into PCs that I really wanted. Now I'm very indifferent about it. I think because it has some of my favorite colors, but it's not cat related, you know? Farm. But I don't know. Oh, there's this, Ducky Boba. Oh, it's keycaps. I would like to build a keyboard, but I also really don't want to put that work in. I just give me the keyboard made? There's some that look like little clouds that are really cute. Like they're just like milky consistency. Those ones are very interesting to me. Oh baby, she moves, she moves. They have some cute one. Ducky is very like normally cute. I think Unzi I really like now. I've been watching a lot of videos for those keyboards. That's a curse saying Unzi because yeah. I had the weirdest boba I've ever had recently. What was the boba? Oh baby, she moves, she moves. Keyboard. I'm just very particular with my keyboards because I actually really do like the one that I have because it is a pretty sure 60%. And I actually really do like the 60%. I do miss having my numpad, but I don't actually miss it. Cat meow. Cat meow wireless keyboard. It's so cute. Baby, she moves. Oh, is that the full one? Oh, that's the full size. Oh, I didn't know they had a full size of it too. That is space. I want a keyboard so bad. Okay. Yes. I have so many keyboard recommendations for you. There is the old like dream keyboard of mine, Kai, was a strawberry frog. So it has frogs on it. So I think you would enjoy that very much. It is pink and green, but I do think you would enjoy it very much. Boba is very nice. It's I like the consistency of it, the tapioca balls. Because it's just going. You will learn though, Kai, if you ever get boba, that when you go to certain places, their boba is better than other places. So then you learn, oh, this place has good boba. Hi, how are you? Also, hi, Fire. How are you as well? Strawberry and kiwi juice? Strawberry and kiwi juice with matcha tea. Boba balls were the mocha tea. Oh, interesting. Matcha. Oh, the matcha tea. Oh, but still, they were the tea. Huh. That's interesting. I have never heard of that mix. Strawberry and kiwi juice sounds really good. Pros of watching Sarah at work? Sarah, my friends, yeah! It's pink. Looks with big eyes. Yes. It's my Ducky. It's a strawberry frog one. It's so cute. When I first was looking at keyboards, like I said, like this was back in like 2018, 2019. Now I have found more keyboards that I'm like, I like these ones better, but that one is still good. And it's my Ducky. My cord, hold on. I put you guys down too much. Hold on. My cord is by Ducky. Okay. Oh, well, that's better. Okay, now it works. My cord is by Ducky. This, I don't know who the fuck it's by, but I love it. It shouldn't be flashing like this. How did I fix it? Ah. We'll keep it on that. We'll keep it on that. It shouldn't be flashing like that, but I think because I keep on unplugging it and plugging it back in. That's interesting. I just some places that are better boba. How does that happen? Because, do we know how boba is made here, everybody? Do we know? Because you do have to make boba, and so I think it's just a consistency of how they make it. Some turn out just a little bit better. Miku keyboard, the Miku PC, like a lot of those parts, even like I think there's Miku headset. Hold on, I have some of it saved. Shopping list. That's necklaces I want. I think I might buy one. Oh, cat. There is a set of cat ear headphones that are Hatsune Miku, because it's her little cat ear headphones. That little shits. You want to know how much that is? Let me hit buy now. Those little shits, they do look really nice. They come in a cool fucking case and everything. They're $219. Too bad, but nowhere here says it. Fuck. I'm gonna have to send you tapioca, like mix. It's tapioca powder, and that's how you make the bobas. Then you can make them whatever shape or color you want. But yeah. Then you can have boba. Then you just put it in whatever you want. Normal coffee? Hey. Tapioca boba? Ooh, I do love the popping. Oh my god, oh dear. A good popping boba, but like in like a nice like fruity iced tea. Delicious. Wonderful. Yeah.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Was just all boba? There are different types of boba, and there's different types of stuff you can do. Popping is a light term. It's no longer a tapioca ball, so it's no longer boba. It's just a ball shape that is like a gelatin like casing, and inside is simple syrup of some sort. It is like I've gotten mango, but some of them are like strawberry popping boba, so that it's strawberry flavor inside, which is really nice when you get fruit tea because then it adds to it. It's a popping boba. I do love the popping bobas are really good, but you have to be careful what you get them in because they don't go anything. You can also get aloe in it. There's like other like cubes you can get in it that are just different gelatin type foods. Want fighter goose. Fighter goose. Where's my notebook? I don't have note cards, so I've just been drawing them in my notebook. Won't lie. To get honeydew fruit tea. Ooh, with peach poppers. That sounds good. Love that stuff. That stuff is so good. It usually is my go-to because sometimes I don't want boba, but I like having something to bite. I'm trying to find where the geese are. Hold on. They're in this notebook somewhere. I also have my Resident Evil cheat codes. You can't even see it. My Resident Evil cheat codes. Hold on. My Resident Evil cheat codes. This last page is literally all Resident Evil. Wait, I know what this was. This wasn't a Resident Evil, I don't think. No, this one is routine. That was routine. That's the routine mess that I got confused at. Where's all the Remgroos? Oh, I don't think I did. I can add it to the drawings in here once I find them. And I mean, I literally, you know, this may be a small little notebook, but for some reason I struggle finding them. I am really bad at drawing the geese now, but because, like I said, I don't have the stuff on my desk for it. But I never close my door. Mochi just opened it. Let me go close that. Let me find these geese first. I'm not gonna find it. Hold on. We're closing the door. Mochi! I don't even know if I closed my door.
I forgot the fucking daylight savings. I love you,
Yeah.
all of you.
Hello. They're in here somewhere. I couldn't find it last time, too. Oh, I think they're right here. Okay, what do we have? Okay, I'll draw Rem up here with Mina, and then I'll draw, unfortunately, Fire next to the amalgamation from Resident Evil, the sister. It's too early. Yeah, real as hell. Real as hell. Me on Sunday when I had early morning shift. I'll do the rolls after I draw these. You stayed up last night? I'm exhausted. I might use my PTO to get a nap. No car. No, that's real as hell. You take care of yourself. The time change really does mess with everybody. Um. I don't remember the pattern on his hat, so we're not going to draw the pattern. We'll draw the little tassels of this. These are all very, like, sketchy and not done super well, but because I'm drawing with pen, I don't remember the full pattern of the pillow. Okay. Fire Goose. I need to draw that. It's good for midnight streamers, but it's 5 p.m. It feels wrong. True, it does feel wrong. Hey, I start the game at 6, so something's on time. Playing a Hoonie Pop, that's so fucking funny. Trash. Found the trash of my boba. It was popping boba. Strawberry kiwi drink with green tea popping bobas. Balls. Oh, so is... Oh, that's weird. That... It's not necessarily weird. I guess that works, but that's interesting. Okay. There we go. Okay. What's on the other side? Oh, it's phones. Bottom is a fire one. The goose has fire, the flames in his eyes. Anyways, here's the Rem one. It's the Rem with the little squishy eyes, the little like little eyes, you know. So we got Rem and Mina. Hee hee hee. Used to have a boba store in my town. And they got bought out, and it's American. Like, as much as I'm like, yeah, American candy. We got like some interesting stuff that's, you know, good and everything. But like, boba's better. The Goose Team? Yeah, I stopped drawing them, honestly, for a while. Oh dear. For a while, we weren't getting any, so that's why I don't have any more, flashcards to draw on them. It's a front for money laundering. Why'd they pick American candy? Oh, that's also gross. Oh, but also, oh, the boba. It's too fucking expensive. Real as hell. Real as hell. That's just agonizing. Keep that. Just let us have boba. Now had boba and tapioca pearls. Hell yeah. Popping boba is very good. The matcha tea in it is interesting. Never heard that one. I can change the colors. Guys, I could spend $200 and get really sick ass Miku headphones. I feel like I would accidentally like destroy them. I should use them IRL. IRL, like outside, not even in my house. It comes with a really fucking cute case. What is the Miku keyboard? Hatsune Miku. That's what we were talking about, and I never actually looked at that. I was looking at, well, I don't want that one. I mean, I guess there's a couple of Miku. I think it's this collaboration. Oh, they have a pair of Miku headsets too. I never know how to say their name, but I says Oos. Every Miku's canon. Yes. Aside, what's that? That's what I'm saying. Cosplay Miku? You become so joke's on you, Doc. I've already cosplayed Miku, so I am a canon Miku. I've done 2 different Miku cosplays. I'm pretty sure. I feel like I want to say 3, but I know I've done 2 for sure. Best Miku? Fuck yeah. It's when I was little, so it didn't actually look the best, but one of them was really fucking cool. Pay 200 now, but imagine how much joy the many years. You're so right. You're so right, Steve. You're so right. Stapled? What do you mean stapled? Purple place nourish me. If I go by bus, it's fucking horrifying. It's a teddy bear theme, and the whole outside is hot pink. Through the window and the wall, it's teddy bears. My guess is that they're stapled on the wall. Oh, that's what you mean stapled. Damn, they stapled the bears. Kai, they're stapling your people up to the wall. Crazy. But my bears. Am I having a good week? It's been one hell of a week. I wouldn't say it's good. It's not necessarily like awful. It's definitely not good though. But we're here. Hell yeah, canon event. I love it. I still have my Miku. Well, yeah, actually, I still have both of my Miku wigs. One of them I adore so much because it was Miss Pumpkin Miku. So it's a specialized Miku wig. By that, it's orange with the blue. And I had to specifically buy for one costume. To regretfully go. No, please take care of yourself, oh dear. The time change is messing with us all, so please just take care of yourself, okay? We hope to see you around. If not, do your little check-ins every once in a while. But I wish you the best. Please catch up on some sleep. What are they tied to the wall? I could see them either, honestly. How much is this keyboard? How much is this keyboard? It's the US keyboard. Miku collaboration. Like, I'm just curious. Switch to the US site? I wasn't on the US site. Which site was I on? French? I don't know if I was on the French site. Oh, the Miku one from Us isn't that bad. It's $99. It's $100. 99.99. I want the other keyboard better though. The one I want is from Yunzi. It's not super expensive. It is also okay, it's $1 cheaper. It's 91. But I've been very iffy about oh, are those the full keyboards? Oh, those are the pre-order ones. I've just been in between of what color to get. Also, I don't know about the switches, but I think I want the milk switches. So I need to look at that. Eel French. That's what when I was doing the Disney auditions, when I couldn't log in because my keyboard was fucking with me, that's when I kind of realized I think I really do need to fix it or get a new keyboard. It turned into French. The website turned into French, and I don't know what was happening. It should have been the sign of you shouldn't do this. And then I remembered my password and I remembered my keyboard was not working. Could you get... I could get one. It's not as expensive. I think I would much prefer getting the one I do actually, or at least the one I've had my eyes on. Where's my slippers? Hold on. I would rather get that. The Miku one's cute. It's just very like... Instead of like cute coded like how this keyboard is, it's not cute coded Miku. It's just like Miku and then it's Miku slapped on it. And then Miku colors. Don't look that impressive. Yeah, that I concur. I concur, Steve. I think it's cute. The headset, the $200 one, it's not by Us. I actually don't know who that one's by. That one definitely worth it. That one comes with a cute case and everything. And like overall is like that's Miku. That's not just like Miku theme, slap Miku on it. It's like those are Miku headsets. Hold on, hold on. Where is how big is this? Oh, please don't break. I just want to show my screen. There it is. I was like, I just want to show my screen. So these are the Miku headsets. They're much cooler. I don't know why I looked. So like they're actual like Hatsune Miku. You can change the colors and everything. Like Hatsune Miku. She talks to you. That's changing the colors. And it comes with this. Oh, and Pepe. Pepe. There's it there. I'm trying to show you the box. It comes with this box. So this is the actual box it comes in. And like you can store it in there and it's a bag. You can like take it. That's worth 300. Real as hell. It is only 219, which honestly for what it is, and for like it being Hatsune Miku and everything, I think that's well worth it. I need to look for something box lunch. I need to spend my entire allowance. I don't have an allowance. I need to spend my entire Nami. Nami. Is it out yet? It's my Loungefly. Loungefly? Loungefly is releasing a Nami bag. This song makes my brain go hyperactive. I need that Nami bag so badly. B. One, I'm so proud of you. You're doing amazing, sweetie. She's playing Resident Evil 2 right now. She just beat up a zombie. Did Ash show you the Nami bag? Did Ash show you the Nami bag? Sorry, I need to enunciate. Because I really want that. And I really want it. It's a website exclusive. The wallet is $42 and the bag is $90. The bags are well worth it. I don't have lounge flies over there. My lounge flies are very worth it. I fucking need it. I don't have an actual calculator. This song does things to my brain. That's a calendar. I need to spend $132 on Nami. She did. She sent it on me on Instagram. She sent it to me. I really need it. I really need it. I need the wallet at least because I do actually need a new wallet and I kind of like that shape wallet. So I really need it. I really need it. I can play it in 4 payments. Anyways, to the keyboard thing. There's a Stump Bulbasaur bag and it's really cute and silly. I love it. I think you should get it. It's his stomach. That's so cute. And ears. She would give me Heather sass every 5 minutes. I love that. Are these on tangerines? Okay, B. Okay, everybody shut up right now. Everybody shut up. Me and B are talking, and I need to say One Piece things really quick. B, the reason I cosplay Nami and everything, and why my friend Hope, you know Hope, is very much like you are Nami, is because I literally live in the Orange Groves, and she's like, you need to cosplay in the Orange Groves sometimes as Nami. So I love Nami. Also, I think I have permission, and by that, I think my own permission to tell you what fucking character popped up in the first episode, because you know of the character, and you know what scene I'm talking about. And there is no reason for that character to be there, besides them setting up different lore from everything else, but it just seems so fucking random. And I like sat up, I was like, what the fuck are you, what do you mean he's here? But like, it was one of those things of the one character was talking, and then it just pans, he's just in the back. He looked so goofy. He was just, and I was like, what do you mean you're here? What do you mean? You know Jennifer Lawrence? What do you mean? What do you mean? There's a Psyduck back? Okay. I really just want to tell you, B, because you won't understand, and truth be told, I don't understand. I don't why do I sound like Jennifer Lawrence? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why do I fucking I okay, the One Piece season 2 live action came out yesterday, everybody. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Also, they're not gonna get to a lot of the stuff that even where we're watching right now, B. But like, you're gonna have to watch to up like a 1,000 episodes of One Piece before you can even get to like what lore they're talking about. So I'm just about to give up and be like, we should just watch it. I know that's gonna fuck with other things later, but like, it's still just as shocking. Do you want to know what fucking characters there? Because it really doesn't spoil anything. Because this is just a character. Because they, also, thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc, for listening to me. I have been foaming at the mouth about the One Piece. Okay, so it's in, it's Brook any- No, it's not Brook. No, B, it's not Brooke. That's the thing. Brooke was in all the trailers and, well, not the trailers, but like in the art. This is a person they didn't even fucking announce anywhere. They didn't even announce the casting. So I straight up was genuinely shocked because, okay, it's Logtown. They did the Logtown thing. They like condensed it all into like that one episode, which was very nice. So we got like Sanji's fish that like we saw, you know, the weird little like nose elephant fish thing. So it's like that episode where they fight and whatnot. So all that you know is Hooded Man. The hooded man who helps save Luffy in Logtown, when Smoker first appears, they put him in a suit. They put the hooded man in a suit. Very nice. Very nice. Anyway, so it's him, and it's just like a recap of him, and he's yapping. And then it pans to the person in the back. He doesn't say a single word. It's just like a literal cut, and it's literally just to drop the mic. It's Sabo. I almost called him Sobo. It's the one you want to meet. It's the character you want to meet. Who... What fucking episode does he come out in? Oh, we only need to get to episode 500. He debuts in 583. Or episode 490. Do you see what I mean? I don't know why he's here. What do you mean he's there? What do you mean? What do you mean? You can't tell Chad. You could probably tell Ash. You can't tell Chad because I feel like he's gonna yell at me. What do you mean he's there? But like, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, what do you mean? Hi, everybody. I really love One Piece. But like, he's just standing there. Like, no joke. He is just... like, word for word, doesn't say anything. It's just like okay, yeah, hooded man talking, yeah, hooded man talking, and then it's just like, yeah, and he's just, what do you mean? I know why, like, I know some of the setup, but like, I was so caught off guard by it. I was so caught off guard. For the love of God, what do you mean? What do you mean for the love of God? Hi, everybody. Me and B took over. Tell me I can't. It is really good lore that I want you to see. It's the same thing with Marine Dog Hat Man. His lore too is really good, but it is... Show me a photo? I could get a screen cap of him, honestly. He looked a little goofy, I think, because like he has that weird hat. I really needed to get off. But this feels like I had like, to everybody else in chat, it felt like I had like this huge fucking secret. I was like, I need to talk. I can't talk to anybody because Chad and I don't know about Ash, but Chad hadn't watched it, and I messaged him, but I can't tell him. But like this character, this is like, he looks so silly. Oh my god, no, this is the perfect description. Hold on, B, I'm gonna send a message. When I mean he was just standing there. He was. But I'm back. Oh, welcome back. Everybody, also everybody, you cannot shut the fuck up now. You can talk, please. I just needed to rant about One Piece so badly. I just needed to, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Literally be. That's the way that episode kind of ends. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the second episode today, but like it was so funny. It was so funny. I literally sat up like, what the fuck do you mean? What are you doing here? Because you know that scene now. Like, you know that Logtown. You know Logtown. I've never been caught up. Honestly, Kai, I can say, and I've been telling this to a couple of people who like are genuinely curious about One Piece and kind of want to, but the anime is really intimidating. But I feel like the live action has done really well. And like the lore that I'm talking about right now, that like this character that is okay, bye, I love you, B. It's so silly. But like the lore that I was just screaming about with B is something that happens later, like so far later in the series. But it's something, a lot of the random stuff that they put in is stuff that can be woven in to the early things. So the live action does actually a really good job. And it's very silly. It's still very practical. And I really like it. So if you ever want to watch it, I do actually recommend the live action a lot. It gives a good rough around, skips over all of the extra filler that like happens in anime, especially longer animes. Too many episodes. That's fair. It is definitely well worth it watching the actual anime. It's very fun. You gotta do the one pace, which skips over a lot of filler, but also some of the filler is very fun. Won't lie. I watch a lot of the Naruto filler. It's fun. But yeah, if you ever want to watch the live action, I recommend it. And it starts from the beginning, so it's not like you're gonna miss anything. And then it gives important details and lore that honestly could have been shown at the beginning. So it keeps you caught up, and it's still like, I don't know, it did a really good job. But man, I just really need to tell somebody about that character, because there was no reason for him. I'm like not joking with the picture. Like, he's literally just. So it was really funny. Anyways, Doc, unshut your ass up, because you said, okay, 1,000 episodes that would take half a year to catch up. Okay, Steve, I don't know about that. That baby on TikTok that's watching One Piece is catching up pretty fast. Also, hear you, we're doing rolls, because Junior's here. Hello, Junior. Picture of, ooh, bubble tea, okay. Who else? What other messages did I... Okay, I'm sorry, I just read B's other message. I ran out of bullets 10 minutes into the game. She was playing, she might be actually in class now, but she was playing Resident Evil 2 for the first time. So it was very funny. And let me look at the bubble tea. I'm curious about the Psyduck bag you were talking about, Quiet. I'm so glad I have a fellow... Oh. I mean, that's a cute shop. It is very hot pink. Damn. This is very hot pink. Hey, late. I accidentally worked through my lunch. But my boss says I can take a late lunch. Hell yeah. Good, 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 good. I grab link. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let me do rolls while we're here as well. Where is the beginning? Okay, I don't know if Echo's still here, but Echo's roll. 4, 5, and a nat 20. Okay, Echo's doing fine. A little down, but still good. Okay. Kai, you're next while you're grabbing the link. 16, 10, and 2. And it adds up. You're doing good, you're fine. Mental boost, woo, but not what quiet, 2, so that's fair. But you did buy a train ticket to see Quiet, so that's pretty good. Let's see how turnip is. 17, 16, and 8. The turnip is doing quite good. Turnip, I hope, had a good stream last night. Fire. Can't read that. Oh my god. 15, 8, and 6. Honestly, still hanging in there. A little dipping, but you're still good. You still have a good mental fortitude. Next up is Haunted. 4, 10, and 5. It seems like a little the day is just a little slacking, but like you're holding on. You're holding on. You look to the right, there's a dog plushie. Ah, yeah. They all just kind of stuck to the wall. Junior. You know, makes sense. You're fine. You got a 19, but you do have a little bit of low. Is 6 and 3 because you need to eat. You need to eat. Let's see. Quiet. You're doing good, Quiet. You got a 9, 17, and a 15. You're doing good. You're doing good. Put these down there. Got a link. There's 3. You do dogs. Let me do dogs. Oh my god. Dog 15, 15, and a 6. You're holding on because we're here. But it is a little low today. 6 a little low. It's better. Everybody hasn't been getting like super low rolls. You need the Pokemon website. It's a 3-hour wait. I have to pick all that could shelter. Oh. I have to answer like the puzzle quizzes where you have to like select the images. Those are all AI. Estimated. Oh, what's my estimated wait time? What's happening on the Pokemon? Yeah, what's releasing today? I have a 3-hour wait too. Should we just keep up my thing? I have a 3-hour and 14-minute wait. What the hell's releasing? Meowdy howdy. Hi, Gothic. Hi, dude. Let me do your roll. Sorry, I locked in. There was a One Piece thing on Twitter. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to see too. Drew, do you have a 6, 5, and a 17? So you're doing good overall. Maybe a little EB, but you're doing good. Yeah, I'm checking Twitter. What's releasing? Okay, especially on Leon Kennedy cardboard trap meme captures fans' devotion. Over queer casting. One Piece Season 2 divides fans over queer casting. I'm so intrigued by this. Oh, about casting. I love Brooke. I love Brooke. Why the fuck Brooke is there? Okay. Anyways, back to what we were doing. Pokemon. I really love One Piece. Going strong. You're going strong, dude. I'm so proud of you. Sorry, I have a lot of energy right now because I gotta talk about One Piece. I'm literally like foaming at the mouth. I need $136 so I can buy Nami things. I probably will just buy just the wallet. I might buy the bag, but I really don't think I need another bag. I would like the wallet though. Missed mine? I'll do yours again. It was a medium roll. I think you had a 1 medium, but then 2 lowish. It's because I was told to, and I quote, shut the fuck up. You were, and then I told you to unshut the fuck up. Pokemon website. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. What's releasing today? Do. Ooh. Okay, somebody also was just like, there's a wait time on the Poke Center. I just wanted to look at a necklace. I shall unshut the fuck up if you insist. Why yes? Everybody could unshut the fuck. I just really needed to rave about One Piece because there was no need for that character to be there. There is a need, but like that character was so randomly placed in. It caught me so fucking off guard. Figure out what bag to bring up to quiet. Ooh, oh yeah. You mean like your fancy bags? What's releasing? Pokemon Center new releases? Today? Okay, well, I can't go on the website Poke Center. Poke Center. It's nothing new but sleeves. I mean, nothing. Wait, okay, hold on. I'm on Reddit. I'm trying to figure out this Poke thing. I can only listen to one command. I guess you ruined it with a. Hey, no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Are you gonna sit there and tell me I'm wrong? You gonna sit there and tell me I'm wrong? I know how this works. Oh yeah, I need to catch up on other things. Are we talking about? Yes, Junior, wait. I was talking about the live action One Piece. Please, have you watched it? Do you watch it? Directive is be cute. And I can. Oh, you know that's a good directive. You're like oh, I forget his name from Alien Romulus. He has a directive, and your directive is to be cute. Correct. Everybody should yap just as much as me. Dog shit website. Oh my god, no. Somebody was like, all I wanted to do was check the status of the plushies I ordered. That's so sad. Is there a delete button for initial command? I feel like there is no overwrite. You can only listen to one command, but I overwrite that command of shut the fuck up now with unshut the fuck up. She came down in a bubble, dude. Are you telling me I'm wrong? Nope. Illegal. Not how it works here. I yap so much. I'm a yapper. You are a yapper, as it should be. God, that's so sad. All I wanted to do was check the status of my plushies. Entire. Okay, by the looks of it, it seems like there's nothing new on the website. Some stuff was restocked yesterday, but like it doesn't seem like there's any like huge drop. I just wanted to buy a Bulbasaur bag. Oh, that sounds just as sad as the I just wanted to check on the plushies that I ordered. Take a nap in the napping room, hee hee. Fun being voices in my head. Oh my god. Okay, you guys, if we whisper, well, now if you whisper, if we talk enough, we can probably influence Bee's dreams while she naps. I was in and the site died on me. That's sad. Booster bundles, scored 3 of them. Oh, prismatic booster bundles apparently are up. But that's also kind of, oh, I closed my wait time. Oh, I lost my line. My queue. Lost my spot at the queue. So sad.
This has been in my head for a while.
Okay.
I think my D&D character, Erie, is one of those people that doesn't wear shoes apart from in taverns or authority buildings, you know, churches, castles, guild halls, etc. Outside no shoes, wild child only.
I'm sorry, the outside no shoes part really got me because the way it paused in between. I like that. No, I feel like that's a very, like, that is a very character choice, and I like that. That builds a lot of character. What a freak, no shoes. Crazy. Also, oh my god, is the Psyduck bag the one that's him actually as a plushie bag? Because also there's this, like, side pouch bag that has Psyduck on it that I think is actually really cute. Bum diggy diggy bum 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 ball. You sent the bags. Thank God. Okay, yeah. Okay, it is the ones I was thinking about. There is that side one too, Psyduck though, that I'm like, that's actually really cute. Like very normal. It's like a normal flat bag. Very cute. I like it. Also, Kai, that is exactly how I had to resort to looking up these bags too, is just looking up the images. The side one's very nice. I do like that one. That one's like a very, like, a normal bag. I will say you can use other Psyduck bag, normal bag too. But yeah, Psyduck shoulder bag, pre-order. It's not on the Poke Center. It's on a different site. You're on an international website. Okay, well, I just want to look at the... Okay, we're closing it. It gave me too many pop-ups. Okay, so how much would this cost? I was right, $132. Do I have $132? Do I want... It is a very cute bag. Can I... Wait, I'm stuck on the image. I'm stuck... oh, it opened the image in a different... I'm very in between. I want the Nami bag, but also at the same time, it's another like normal backpack, like say like Bucky. It's like a Bucky bag instead of like Loki. I guess they're the same. Loki just has horns, but I don't know if I want another bag. I do want the wallet. I think the wallet is worth it. It's like the size of my palm, probably. It's a like square zip one. I like my indie one, but it is starting to tear. The choice Nami bag or Psyduck bag? A tough choice. That's a tough choice there. Right now, the selection is Nami wallet. For sure. Nami bag is a little up there because it's another backpack. And I have 3 over there. I have 1 over... Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. You guys, Nessie moved over there. Nessie's over there. My Nessie got a new place to sit. But I have another backpack over there, too. That's also like a side purse as well. I would rather have a Nami-themed side purse. Not gonna lie. Hold on. I need to reach for you guys. That's better. Nessie is towering over you all. Okay. Are your boots tied to her bag? She's really confused. She's probably polishing them after it's like being unworn. Oh, that's cute though. I like that. Okay, okay. I like that. I have a Pikachu backpack that I got in Japan. It's my favorite. Dude who was very clearly on drugs challenged me to a Poke Duel on the train the other day. That's so funny. Also, I still love, and I have it saved in my desk, the fucking pen that you got me, Junior. I feel like you going to Japan was the formation of the friendship because I was like, please, Resident Evil, I need the things. The side bag would be really cute though, but I don't need any more plushies. I'm actually getting rid of some plushies. It feels very refreshing to do so, but unfortunately, it's also very sad to get rid of plushies, and by that, they're sitting in a bag and they're going to wait there for a couple of weeks and see if I actually want them. So yeah. I hate it. My bed just has too many plushies right now. Some of them I genuinely don't want. But there's a couple that are like, these were gifts, and I feel bad giving them away. They probably would look good on a couch, so I probably should just keep them. But for now, they're in a bag. Remember a farmer, so he's probably the most open-minded about it. Ooh, that's true. He's a comic mascot. Yes, he is. Clean them and see if you can donate them to Children's Hospital. Yes, if I get rid of them, they are getting donated. There's no worry about Mothman leaving, or my frog. You guys don't even know what the frog looks like, but I can assure you that the frog is staying. The frog is probably one of my favorite crane machines plushies that I've gotten. Actually, no. I'm keeping 2 other, besides frog, 2 other crane machine plushies. At least that are on my bed. There's one that I'm getting rid of because he's just a big dinosaur and I love him, but I don't need him. I do donate a lot of my stuff. I am, unfortunately, very materialistic, and that's very bad. And I do buy a lot of things. I'm better about buying things now, about buying things that I just need. And reusing, which is why I thrift a lot. But, back in my day of plushies, I buy a lot of plushies. You a link at the Pikachu. Oh, that's a nice bag. That's a really cute bag. Wait, Pikachu's so cute on that. He's so cute. That's a good bag. Genuinely. I think I'll talk to my mom about the bag because I do like it and it's a matching set. The last time I bought the matching set was Indiana Jones and the Indiana Jones wallet, and I do love it. I literally can show you my Indiana Jones wallet. It's just so bulky and big right now. So I need a smaller one. I do need a small one though too. Also, what time is it? Oh, are my farmers ready at all? Wallets. Actually, I kind of want to see what wallets they have. Oh, I did very bad, you guys. Oh no, I did very bad. That's really good. I was like, oh, let me see what wallets they have. I'm sharing my screen. Not, but you can start without me. I'm working on server issues still. Okay, fair, fair, fair. I mean, I'm a little distracted right now, Turnip, but also, like I always say, you can join when you need to. Look at this. It's the fucking... It's the... Is this the Book of the Living? I always thought the Book of the Dead and the Book of the Living... Hold on. Don't look at Hawks. I say as I kept Hawks there. Okay, yeah. Book of the Dead was the black one. It's the mummy one. It's the one I really want. I think I want the other one more. Because I'm pretty sure they had the Book of the Dead. This is the Book of the Living. I would rather buy this than the Nami bag. But this is the mistake that I made. Hold on. They have a little wallet. Returns right at Universal last week. It was so fun. I fucking love that ride so much. See, look, I can get this, and it's like it's a very small, dainty little one, which is a new one that I need. And then I get this one, which is a normal wallet, and it's a very like this size wallet. We're also still very dainty and very little, but different purposes. I think they're both $40. This is only 26. I can buy the wallets. Hi, and welcome to. That's a fine wallet. They're both fine. The wallets. Want the bag? No, you're so real. Quiet. I want to say, hold on. A universal. Oop, I put bath. Yeah, see, okay. Though I do want that bag, and I will counter this with you as well, Quiet. I do want that bag, but I personally think the Book of the Dead is a cooler one. Not gonna lie though, I would like to have the Book of the Living and the Book of the Dead. But the Book of the Dead one looks so much cooler because it's the black book and then it's the gold design on it. And I feel like it's just much more prominent. See them one more time? Yes. Does this show any? I don't like. So this is the Book of the Dead. Oh. Excuse me. This doesn't seem like the actual Loungefly website. Anyways, this is the Book of the Dead, and I do like the Book of the Dead. This is the Book of the Living. They both have the same like design of the writing with the key. They're both styled as like book. But I think this oh my god, wait. At the supermarket. Okay, good. It does have the little I was like, wait, does it have the little key as a charm? Eyeliner, sorry, I'm showing my addiction. They're really good. I do think this does have Death is Only the Beginning, which is very cute. I don't know if this one has anything. They do both have the little, the key to open. That's the little pattern inside. I wonder if it shows it here. I don't think it does. Hey, show me the bag. Oh, well, that's the wallet, actually. Let me bring up the bag. Ooh, there's more. Oh, it doesn't. This one. Oh, but the backpack straps has a design. Okay, and that design is a little bit different. But is a darker. Whereas this one's a lighter because it's the... Okay. I don't know. I think the Book of the Dead one actually is better. Are these real books or are they from an anime or something? They are actual real books. Do they look exactly like that? Who knows? But they are something in Egyptian, I'm just gonna say lore. Egyptian lore. It is the Book of the Dead and the Book of the Living. It is, these ones specifically, and this design is from the Mummy movies. I love the Mummy movies so much later, but also we're looking at Nami because I was foaming at the mouth about One Piece. Part of the, yeah, I do say the Book of the Dead is actually better because it has that little back. Oh, but with the Book of the Dead, it has the saying in the back, death is only the beginning, but then the straps don't have any design on it. But the Book of the Living, we should just buy them both. Anyways. What if I buy 2 wallets, you guys? What if I buy 2 wallets? I really want the Book of the Living, but like, it's also a pre-order. It's not going to come out till later this year. I'm just gonna leave that. Both of that, the Book of the Living and the Mummy card holder. Oh, see, it's a card holder. I really do want that because I used a little Harry Potter one. Gotta finish season 1. Yes, you do. It's really good. And season 2, I've only seen 1 episode. I had a foam at the mouth because they dropped a character that typically isn't there. But as I repeat, this is not spoiling. He was just stood there in the back. He didn't say anything. It was just like a character drop of like, boom, he's there. And I'm like, okay. So we're putting him ahead a lot, which is very nice. So I'm intrigued of how they're going to play out like a lot of the stuff coming up. How much are they? Well, that's a suspicious thing to say. So the Nami wallet I want to get, and I probably will get the Nami wallet because, like I said, my Indiana Jones one is kind of like dying. Structure-wise, it's fine, but it's starting to like peel the edges. So I'm like, okay, let's just get a smaller wallet because also that thing's chunky as fuck. That wallet's $42. The card holder, which I do really want to get, it's pre-order right now for the Mummy. I at least want to get another card holder type wallet because those are really small and I take those to concerts. That's only $26. Both of the bags, any backpack from Loungefly is $90. They're very worth it. They are very big and everything. I should have left that website up. But I will look into it. I don't need to be buying stuff like that. Like I said, I'll probably buy the wallet. But I don't think I need to buy another backpack. Because also I need to get a keyboard. I can use my stream savings for that though. No lie, no cap. So that's fine. You also a fan of Harry Potter series? Yes and no. Because I don't want to support that bitch. But I was a big fan of Harry Potter, and I still am. It is something that I grew up with, and I loved it very much. I do have from when I was in high school a lot of the pop figures, specifically of all the animals from Harry Potter. And I do have a wallet as well. Just finished the series for the first time. Oh, for the first time. I'll be fair, leader. I've never read it. So, I'll take your word on that. I probably will never read it anyways, but I never read it. But as a kid, I fucking love magic, so like I ate that shit up. Let's see. What do you want? That's the right one. Oh, I didn't want to click on the whole thing. Sorry, Stray Kids. We gotta play Junior song. Even a part of it anymore? I thought she sold the rights to Universal. I'm not sure, honestly. I still don't try to, like, actually buy the stuff. Truth be told, I don't really need it anyways. But yeah. That's interesting. Honestly, I have never really heard people talk about the books other than, oh yeah, I read it as a kid. That's it. I was a fanfic fan before I realized. Before I realized I was trans. What a fucking sentence. I love that. So on Spotify Wrapped, saying, oh, you're seeing her live. Gonna take note of her name. I do like this song. This is a comfy, cozy song. Oh, Baby No Money's new song. Oh, I didn't add it. I love Depressed Baby No Money. When he's so real, it's so real. I should never speak again. Gundam's doing a lot of stuff. Gundam Apex is pretty freaking cool. We'll not be playing it though. Not Warframe. There it is. Okay. But yeah. I do have a Harry Potter wallet that I still use. That's because it's my like card wallet, so it's very thin, so I literally could just shove it in my pocket for concerts if I want to. I wore cargo pants to go see Ghost, and I literally just slapped that in my pocket. Worked really good. So, I like those size wallets. The Mummy one, really freaking cool. It is the whole urn though too, so I'm just like kind of big. Not bad for anyone that got the so I like to plan out my tattoos later. And I like to think about it for a long time, and I did really want a Harry Potter tattoo. So glad I didn't. So glad I didn't get a single Harry Potter tattoo. Most of my tattoos aren't even related to anything though, so yippee! Tattoos have a higher regret rate than trans surgeries. That's so fucking funny. But yeah. That's fucking funny. Yeah, the 10-year anniversary of Stardew. And just because my first coming up on Friday, I've only seen one piece art so far. I think you might. Um. Hmm. Have you spoken up to him about it, leader? What? Who's the tattoo artist? I mean, if you feel like it's not gonna go well, I would just say something. He hasn't shown me the newest one. Okay. I mean, if you do get really nervous at the end of the day, that's going to be on your body, so just say something. What a second wallet today. Why Junior need 2 wallet? It's a decoy. Do you want my wallet? Go fetch. Get it. Runs away with real wallet. We're getting tattoo preferably. Yeah. It is really hard with tattoos too, because then it's like, okay, are you gonna show me like more? But if you are uncomfortable, and even though if you want the tattoo or whatnot, if it's not going well, then speak up. Love anything enough to put it on my body. That's real. I have this on mine. And I have a giant one on my side. It's like right here. And I have some on my ankles. I only have 2 on my ankles. It's the sun and moon. I don't like them as much, but I still think they're really cute. They were simple at the time and I did really love them. I still do. I just like a little more sassy. Also, it was done by a man, and nothing against the man, but it was more traditional tattoo. So instead of finer line, which apparently finer line doesn't heal as well, but this healed fine. I would have liked them in finer line. And he's more traditional tattoos, so it was a much more thicker line than anything. But then perfectly fine. Mummy related ones. I wish I would get a mummy related one gladly. I probably would get the key or just an Egyptian themed tattoo in general because I love Egyptian mythology and everything, and I grew up with a lot of Egyptian things. Have you seen the tattoo TikToks or that I'm uncomfortable taking off my shirt? No, I haven't, but that's so funny because that's what I had to do because I had it on my side and then I sat there freezing. I was freezing in that tattoo parlor, just like, can you hurry up? I was falling asleep though, too. Tattoo artists talk shit about people giving them too many demands about their tattoos. They said, I'm an artist, let me fucking work. It's just a tattoo. That's crazy because though I do get you are an artist, but at the same time, somebody's putting that on their body permanently. They want their image to be there as well. It's a balance. Mass Effect tattoo would go hard. I still can't believe my coworker has one. I'm like, oh my god, I love you. You're goated with the sauce. Also, I think I will open up Stardew because I said I was going to and then I didn't. And we've been mad yapping. Completely fine if we still want to yap. I gotta boot up the whole server anyways. Cars, my entire back is just him. Hi Stony, how are you? Let me do that. Okay. That switched to that. That's all good. Have any? I do not. I genuinely, like, I would love a Resident Evil tattoo. Nothing bad about that or anything. I don't know what I would do though. I think the keys would be really fun to do. But I think I don't know if there's any like symbolism that I would really love to get from Resident Evil. It is a series that I love. I don't even. Okay, there's some quotes I love, but they're not quotes I want on my body. Where's everybody going? Bingo? Talk, I hate you. Oh my god, no. It's the fact that I fucking said that. It's the best fucking quote. It's so good, but I'm not putting it on my body. I don't want that. But yeah, I mean, the keys would be really cute. I wouldn't mind the keys. But like, there's not any like big like okay, so say Kingdom Hearts, you can easily get the keys, like any of the keyblades. That would be pretty freaking cool. I feel like Resident Evil, there's not too much. There is like the straight umbrella logo, perfectly fine. I like that, but I'm not gonna fuck umbrella. Identifiable symbols, stars, the umbrella logo. Yeah, I mean there's stars in the RPD, but they're not very prominent where I'm like, I want that whole badge on me. I don't want to tattoo a badge. A new job today at 4 p.m. Ooh, good luck. I hope it goes well. Tattoo artist is like, you'll have to remove your shirt, and the girl goes, oh, I'm uncomfortable. We have these. Yes. Oh my god, she puts them on her eyes. Yes. I do know actually that TikTok Junior. That shit was so funny. We have these. Boom. That's not a little girl. It'd be so fucking funny. Meant to say Requiem not required. You should get stars to match the sun, moon, and the stars because the star. That's true. I mean, technically, I already have that because I already have a sun and a moon tattoo. If I get stars, that's why I wouldn't mind getting. I do love keys, and keys are something that I've always loved as a kid. Um, so I wouldn't mind getting a key. Like, I think I would do Resident Evil 2 keys. Not gonna lie, the Requiem, not Requiem. Um, Requiem had one cool normal key. Village keys actually pretty dope, but I don't think I would get that. I think I would do Resident Evil 2 keys because I like the card suits with that so much better. Be a tramp stamp. Let's just get Leon's tramp stamp. Be a badge, and it's less ugly. True. True. Oh god. Sorry, Stardew is up. But I just clicked a button in it and it was so loud. Do that, do that. Okay. I will jump in the Discord in a second, but the lobby is open for farmers while I get everything else up and booted. But I would love a Resident Evil tattoo, but I feel like I would really have to think about that one. Okay, no one's there. Because I feel like there's not as many good options. Ladies D living blood back. Okay, that would be really fucking funny, and that's really nice. That's a good one. Okay, well, cool stuff. Okay, that's all booted up there. But yeah, get the awesome puzzle and my dad's name, or for tattoos. Okay, okay. I have a friend who's an artist. Told her, ooh, oh, inner lip tattoos don't last forever, and now she had slut inside her bottom lip for 12 years. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god, that's so mean. Join the server if you want, and then I had to remind him I'm on Xbox and Bedrock and can't use mods. Oh, agony for you. Yes, you can join it. I actually can. Jordy sent me. Oh, I tabbed out of the game. I tabbed out of the game and it got rid of it for you. If I tab out again? Oh, okay. That's so mean. Okay. Hold on, let me get you to everybody. Let me pause the music so I'm not overstimulated. I got closed out of the Discord. Okay, let me go. Not secret room. Okay, I'm there. Then that's all fixed. Damn. Let me respond. Damn to Jordy. I love Rim. I love Rim. I love Rim. Let me do that. Okay, and then we go back here. Okay, and now we wait. Also, I can't Stardew. I want to play Stardew with my friends. I realize how. I wish, and we would have to download a mod to get bigger party in Stardew, but it would be really fun having more people in Stardew. But I think the amount we have right now is really good as well. I'm trying to think of other things. Like from... Okay, not gonna lie, I would never do this, but getting Requiem or some sort of symbolism for Requiem, the gun, would be really fucking cool. Those wings would be really fucking cool. Somebody's joined this server. I see that. It says 20. My thing is also glitching up at the top. Did I turn that off? I think I did turn that off last night. I did. I remembered to turn off my game recordings before I started streaming. Anyways, what if I quit? No, you don't quit, Junior. You moved all the way out there. You're doing strong. You're doing amazing. You can last. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, so we have that. I need music. Please take care though, Junior. Take care of yourself. Let me do that. Then we're gonna sit here and get music. What's that? Enogen showgrapher. Okay. Who's that? Oh, Onion. My friend is adding me on Discord. Because I'm not his friend. On Discord. Big fucking house. Big fucking house. You're entirely right. Real idea. What about getting Ooh. Okay, getting the herb would be really freaking cool. Ooh, what forms? What forms could we make with that? What do we have on this? Let me get my green playlist. Yeah, that works. Okay. I feel like the first aid spray would be very iconic. The goop juice. I know who's here.
Ah.
The always gets me.
Ah.
It's so funny. Where did my husband
Ah.
left? Oh my god. Oh my god, you fucking left.
Nom, nom, nom.
Ow.
Cayenne is
I
acquired.
gotta remember how to play Stardew again.
Oh, this feels weird. Oh, that's not that button.
We have some medical
I
issues.
I haven't played on PC in a long while.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh.
The caution
Hello.
or danger tattoo. Let's look up. Let's stay out of the middle of Stardew.
I have a wait, no, it's not that button. Oh, okay, there's that button.
Resident Evil tattoos. Ideas.
Been playing
Oh,
Core Keeper so much.
Core
I
Keeper.
don't
I
remember.
keep forgetting that buttons don't
Like
exist
that,
in
though.
Stardew.
They're not real. Oh my god.
There's a quick sort from your inventory that moves all the stuff from your inventory into all your chests nearby, and that doesn't exist in Stardew.
It's wrong.
Look at that one, Doc.
It's rough out here, buddy.
It's rough out here. Let's see.
Ooh, that's a cool tat.
Let's see what Doc was. Oh, all the
I love Key and Quiet. They're so cool. Some of my favorite people on Twitch.
Yes.
Hi, Quiet. Oh my god, fancy seeing you.
Ink ribbon. Yeah, somebody got. I think it's one of the sisters from Village as the tattoo when they're dead, like the crystallize when they're dead. Un forastero, whatever their symbol for them, that's a cool one too.
I'm so tempted to get tattoos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me too. I want tattoos.
I want tattoos.
I love tattoos.
There's one I really want so badly, and I'm so tempted to just splash the money on it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Also, no, you haunted. You're so cool. You're very cool, haunted.
I concur.
I always loved the little yaps with you.
I am not cool.
Oh
you
my god.
are, mister.
Cool, you're cool.
Somebody just threw
That is
that.
actually Lady D herself. That isn't the sisters. It has wings.
Oh, does it? I didn't even pay attention to it, Doc.
Kai and Haunted are so
I just saw pretty
cool.
body.
So is Sarah's so cool.
No,
And
you.
Quiet and Haunted and Sarah are so cool.
And you too, mister.
I don't think I have an Uno reverse card in my room, but Uno reverse card.
I have an Uno reverse
I
card.
don't think
You
I
have multiple Uno reverse cards.
I have 2 decks of Uno in my possession. You know what's funny? I still have there we go.
Forastero.
Oh, this is how you play the
I
game.
haven't technically been to the bottom of the mines.
You haven't? Why? Do I need that? Do the fish crave a dwarf squirrel? Oh, real as hell. Uno reverse card. Exactly. Put that there.
You guys are so cool.
Ooh, hunk would be really cool. I'll cry.
I'm gonna cry now.
Just no, it's as you just going I'm gonna cry. Are you okay there, buddy? Who's trying to eat you?
I am. I'm so lucky to have everyone in my life.
Cooper.
Aww.
I'm not
I'm
cool.
lucky to have you,
You guys
Kai.
mean the world to me.
Doc said he's not cool. Attack him.
Doc, hey,
Doc,
excuse
You're
me,
so
Doc.
fucking cool. How dare you? I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna go over to wherever you are and physically fight you. You're so cool. I'm so thankful to know you. I'm so lucky to know you and to be able to talk to you every day.
I really said
And I'm gonna
my
record the
children
fight on
attack.
YouTube. Release the gremlins.
Release
Fight.
the gremlins.
Hi Goomba. Hi.
I hope you're well, Goomba.
Hi.
Very cool,
Hello.
very handsome.
Hello.
I concur. I concur.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Where is the things of the item I might need?
I have too much energy.
Because gold. And I do not know there's a smoker. Oh, that's what
I
we.
hardly know her.
That's what I'm saying. I hardly know her, but I need a smoker. Just gaslighting me? Yeah, gaslight Geeky Girl Boss, and that's you. We do. We don't even have the full squad. Because you don't got Turnip because he's working on servers, and Car is asleep as well as Gar.
We're losing men. Ah.
I
Man.
need to tap out of this game. If I tap out of this game, it closes it. I don't know what's wrong with my game.
Oh.
Man.
Men. That's what I fucking thought. I need to put it in that thing. You need me? Yell my name though? Okay, fair. But you focus on working right now. You got work to be done.
Ooh, the midnight
night
market.
The night market.
It's been a while since we played.
It's been 84 years.
Mark a sacrifice from Berserk.
She night on my market.
Damn. Ooh, is this the thing, the item of which I need? No, it's not. This
I'm
is...
sorry, I'll shut up.
Yay!
No,
I
keep
cast shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Okay, well now I gotta keep talking. So I guess this is your problem now. I
Yeah.
keep yapping. I can just keep going like this. Oh my god, hi.
I don't want to eat it.
No, eat it. You gotta eat it. That's
No, I put it in the bin. I put it in my screen. I need to go into my settings. I want to see what paintings at the night market.
Get the painting.
Can I snipe the painting at the night market?
I just want to see what painting it is. Hello, I'm gonna beat you. I'm running.
Yeah, I want to go grab some iron.
I know. I saw you go. Toom toom.
Yeah.
She nights on your market. I wish I had a night on my market. I love that tiefling tail. Best thing. I would say best thing made, but the explode is kind of top tier.
My favorite is still the plotting. Jody, why did you throw out bread? Why did you throw out a perfectly good baguette?
No. Can I eat the baguette?
That's mine now. Nah, it's
Oh
mine
my
now.
god, you need to take this fucking picture. This is so
What is it?
fucking
We don't mind if you
funny.
keep yapping. You
It's
have
so
a lovely
funny.
Okay,
voice,
I'm
Key.
running.
The first time I heard your
running.
voice, I
I'm
thought it
looking
was
at the other
amazing.
screen. Oh my god, yes.
So fucking
Yes.
I don't want to look.
funny.
I don't
Yes.
want to look yet.
Don't
I don't
look
wanna
just
look
yet. You'll love it.
Oh, look at it. So
Oh wait, can I
funny.
buy it? Can I have it?
Yes.
Can I take it? Please.
Take that.
As long as you have enough
Please.
money, we're all rich right now.
I have
poor.
300,000 money.
I can buy.
Holy shit.
I don't need to buy a piano. I'm gonna buy some frogs.
Have you fully maxed out your house yet, love?
God, my sword.
Yeah, I have. There's only
Okay.
Oh, I don't
one
need to
thing
do
I
that.
need, and that's the
Snake.
Junimo thing, so I can fully decorate it. But yeah, I've maxed out my
True,
house.
we do need to get the Junimo.
That's why I've got so much money on me.
We need some more seasonal plants to put
saving up.
outside.
Yeah.
Barrel.
Add to existing index. Why do I have a red shirt? Why have I got a
Barrel.
shirt? I don't want a shirt.
Why
Give me
the
coffee.
shirt?
No, I can't wear shirt. I got a
Gaffy.
nice dress on. not allowed to.
Gar!
You do get a
Taking
nice
Deadlock?
dress.
Fuck yeah! Gar, we
Gar.
miss you! Gar! Oh my god, it's Gar! there. Wait, I saw somebody who it was the lady who's building a tunnel. Nothing about her. But somebody in the comments was like, "Oh my god, you're right. I should check on the eel pit guy." And so I checked on the eel pit guy. He has gars, so
oh my
he's
god,
a
is the
gar
eel
pit.
pit guy?
He has a whole
Oh my god,
pond
he
of
has gars
gars.
now?
Gars, you're in his basement.
What about the eels?
Oh, I think they're fine too. It's just some guys. I am also gonna go to bed so I can fix my screen. Actually, I'm gonna wait till Sebastian goes to bed. So used to seeing the Chimera that when I didn't see it, I was confused and where quiet. Oh yeah, where? Oh yeah, okay, it's still the same one. I was like, what do you mean? Where? I see.
Wait, which one was it before?
Honestly, I feel like you've been this one for a little bit.
I have, yeah. I can change and just really like confuse everyone, but I can't because I like being small. I'm just a little guy.
You are.
A little guy with little paws.
You need to flip your little guy.
Yeah.
To keep the size.
Can I have a flower? Haunted? Am I allowed a flower? I want a flower.
Oh no, you know what you can have? Hold on.
Yay, look at me. Wee. Thank you, Haunted.
There we go.
Wait, what have I got?
You have a Barbie phone.
Yay! Just on the phone yapping.
Oh, actually, I had to do this outside of this. Not exit game. I don't know why. My screen has been fucked. Maybe that'll make it better?
I don't know.
We'll see. Good morning, God did lick the bread. God did lick the bread. God did lick the hot dog as well. It's all the way down. It's all the way down
Right.
in the corner. I hope the bread was good. Rarely watch stream, and I'm normally listening to y'all like a podcast. Well, you're a lovely little podcast. I'm
Yeah.
losing bad, getting absolutely smacked, and I started typing "so poop for real," like "so buns." Every time one of them died, we ended up winning because I tilted them. Gar iconic. Gar, for a deadlock talk really quick. TED Talk in my deadlock with me for a mere moment. We were playing Street Brawl, and somebody on the other team, Lash, I shall name him Lash.
Today I learned head, shoulders, knees, and toes in French.
Gang, I'm gonna
But
pass
they say
out.
head, shoulders,
Oh no.
knees, and foot.
And foot.
Fly.
I believe in you.
Run.
But, okay, Gar.
No,
The
no,
Lash.
I was fishing. I was locked into fishing.
Oh, you were fishing in that. You make it. You're fine. You got time. It's fine. Just believe. But
I
Gar,
don't got time.
the Lash
Uh-oh.
had said, "I have banana bread," and all of us locked in of, "I want banana bread.
Bread?
I want banana
Oh,
bread." And
wow.
I said, "Can
Sorry,
I
I'm
have banana
passing
bread?"
out.
It's okay. You did good, soldier. The Lash didn't want to share the banana bread.
I
Mind
caught
you.
fish, which is all I needed.
Fish.
Feed. Yeah. It does. Food. Food. But
Food.
yeah, Gar, that Lash said he had banana bread, and we started a banana bread anarchy, and we wanted banana bread on the enemy team. Like us, the enemy team, wanted banana bread. And I said, "Give me banana bread."
Banana bread.
And he said, "No, the Lash doesn't share. Like, this is the Lash." And I was like, mind you, I was Rem, so I'm a little gremlin. And every time I was in all caps, I was like, I was like, "Give us bread." He said, "No." And I said, "We ride at dawn." And then he was just, "I regret bringing up banana bread." It
I've
was-
never had banana bread. I
It's
kind of
very
want to
good.
try banana bread.
I do like plain
Yeah.
banana bread. Banana bread also with nuts, also very good. Little walnuts in it, very good. Oh yeah, I have children.
Is it easy to make banana
Yeah,
bread?
I think the hardest thing
Okay.
is just getting good bananas because you need them to be ripened. But honestly,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
any like extra bread you have, or bananas, not bread, any extra bananas once they start going bad, like one or two, you just throw them in the freezer, and then once you have enough, then you use them. Ooh,
Oh, okay.
pumpkin
I make,
love.
Wait,
I
other
make banana
baby.
bread.
Pumpkin
You're my
love.
other baby.
Hi B, did we influence your dreams to have Resident Evil?
Resident Evil.
The evils are quite residents. Do I like that
Oh.
there?
Okay, Linus found me.
Oh, bless you.
Sorry, that was a really
Bless
aggressive one. That was really
Scared the
aggressive.
shit out of me.
I apologize for my actions.
That's fine. It's human nature. It's okay.
It was just very aggressive. I bought more plants for the aesthetics.
Plants.
Yes,
Yeah.
and frog. And frog.
Ow.
Put a frog there.
I want to get more like mugs so I can put more Lego plants in it. I know that's not plants, but I just had to say it.
I just like that in the
Can
middle
we-
of.
No, what you need to do is get like the glass bottles, you know, like
That's
the
in
one that
that
I have
tree.
that holds
I
the
like that.
sunflowers.
Yeah,
You gotta get those.
I
Flowers.
do.
That away.
I don't know where to get them from though.
Because they're smaller, because it's that, you know, they're more compact, so it's easier.
I'll find them on Etsy.
Oh no, bees evil.
I mean, you
Bees
can
and
find
evil
them at just
resident.
any store. I think we got these from Morrison's.
Yeah, Gar, I have not finished
Ooh.
it. I have not. I have not. I'm almost there. If I really was feeling well on Monday, I would have pushed through the whole stream and stream for like 7 hours, 8 hours, 7. 7 minutes is all I could spare.
7.
I don't know what I'm
7.
doing. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare. I should put some frogs up here.
Oh no, I'm the same haunted. My list of things to buy is slowly growing ever so slightly. I gotta wait.
Doc, I'm gonna believe I'm almost there. Okay, I made it to Raccoon City. I'm happy. That's my almost there mark.
There's this really cute skirt that I want to buy that if it's in stock when I get paid, I'm nabbing immediately.
Hell yeah. Ooh, I
Yeah.
should check these.
I want to get the overalls.
It's got dice all over it.
So
It's
what do they look
purple and it's
like?
covered in dice, and it's really pretty.
It is really
Tree
pretty, can
apple
confirm.
and plum. Small tree. Apricot.
Can I put this
Cherry.
on the wall? Oh my god, I can put this on the wall in my shed. The snake is in the shed now.
Snake in your boot. Snake in your
There's a
boot.
snake in my shed.
Started
There's
growing.
a snake in my
I'm
boot.
excited about new Tamagotchi life, even though I cannot get straight
Tamagotchi!
away.
Tamagotchi!
Tomodachi Life.
Oh, I should
my
milk.
god, because that comes out like
Yeah.
a week after I get paid.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
It comes out in April 16.
Oh, okay, that's quicker than I thought.
That came up really fast because I feel like it's been a while.
Nah, it's been announced for over a year. They just
That's crazy.
haven't released any trailers.
No, okay, you know what pisses me off? Because it just released another trailer for the Nintendo.
Yeah.
For the Nintendo. For the Switch 2. But it's
The
Grave
Nintendo.
Seasons. They announced the trailer for Switch 2. It's going to be on that. But they still don't have a date. They just say summer 2026. I'm like, no, please. I've been waiting for
That's
this.
too many months.
What do
That's
you
too many
mean?
months.
You have too many options. I was going to go see their grandma in April. I can make a really bad joke. But anyways, is it you, Doc? No. No, God, what do you mean? She loves her little guy. She loves her little guy. What the fuck did the fish give me?
I keep seeing clips of Procopia on my feed, and it really makes me want to buy a Switch 2. It's just Animal Crossing and Pokemon, but like really sad lore.
No, not the sad lore.
It's everything you want in a game.
Yeah,
Comfy, cozy, then sad.
Yeah, comfy, cozy, and then mildly devistating. You know,
Yeah.
everything you need in a game.
Exactly.
It's all the emotions at once.
Oh, trees.
And I wish I could get it, but no Switch,
That's apricot.
which is fine.
I think that's apple. That's cherry. That might be.
Oh, my shoulder.
That might be orange. I think a lot of these are peach.
Or
Peach.
Or I'm trying to figure out what tree to plant, and I'm like, which trees are which? I'm like really looking at them.
Tree.
Car was called
I
car.
suggest a tree.
Vroom vroom. He lost my car. I was talking to Car yesterday. I miss Car.
no.
It's worth just for that one. Stardew.
That's a nasty bug.
Nasty bug. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Okay, so what trees do we have? Cherry? I forgot. Peach? Pomegranate. I think I should plant more pomegranate.
Yeah.
Do we want that one? I think I do a pomegranate, and I'm not sure about any other ones. I'll pick a pomegranate.
Eat the rock.
I know there was a lot of peach.
Ow.
I think I should do an orange as well. I'll just do that. I'll do those
Apple.
two and figure. I have apple.
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 Apple? What was my... What did... Tiger trout? The frick does it... Tiger trout look like?
As the saying goes, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, depending on how hard you throw it.
Don't throw apples at dogs. That's mean.
Doctor, not our doc. No, not our one.
You're throwing fish
No.
at me. Oh, you're throwing. Why are you throwing? No. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Where?
Not our one. I didn't mean you, doc. I meant other docs.
What did I say? 7 p.m.
Not
I'm going fishing. Also, sorry. Every time I tab out of the game to the people watching the stream, not necessarily Doc because Doc is on podcast mode. My game just like minimizes. It just closes on the screen. It usually stays up while I tab out. It hates me. Probably deserve it. No.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's never done that before. Also, we're not. What were we throwing at Doc? I guess we're throwing it at Doc. He said ow. So one has
No.
landed.
Apple.
Apple.
I was
Oh
just
no.
making
We
a
landed a
silly joke.
hit. We landed a hit on Doc with the poor apple. Tiger trout? Fuck. Pike.
I'm sorry, Quiet. I love you.
I love you too.
You're bullying.
I found a
the
hole.
poor little cat.
We're
A
throwing
hole.
apples of appreciation.
I can't say that.
Pike. Do you
Yeah,
have trouble
maybe.
finding
DM at me, please.
I need. Wait,
Please,
no.
I need to
No,
know.
please. I want to know. You gotta type it in the side chat now. And I won't read it. I won't read
Yeah,
it.
type it in the VC.
No, I can't.
I believe in you.
I believe.
It's just like when you
No.
crossed it, you just can't find the hole. You. I almost missed my fish. Sorry.
Oh, that's the wrong person.
Oh, damn it, the wrong person.
It would be so funny. They would just be so out of clue, just like, well, what do you mean, Quiet?
Oh, I got another hole.
So
Sorry,
proud
it's
of
a
you.
shaft. I'll get it right.
Oh no,
Can't find a
no.
shaft.
You're
Can't
gonna,
find a hole.
you're gonna, you're gonna break Quiet. There are cross stitches here. Yes, honestly, it's relatively
Okay,
easy,
yeah.
and then it just takes a little bit of skill to make it look good. You practice.
Oh,
I've
I
been
need to
separate
do more
ways recently,
cross-stitching.
and there's a moment I feel like I'm complete badass not being hit. Wrecking shop, and then there are moments that Ada is just being beat down and I can't stop it. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like
Oh, I have
accurate.
no energy.
These statements are getting progressively worse.
Oh, I need the birthday cake.
Oh, on HTT days. They are progressively getting so much worse, and it makes it so much better.
Yeah, because I gotta remember
Okay,
that I'm
found
on
iridium.
screen. I gotta be safe for work.
Safe for work.
Ah, what? Sorry.
Two.
Love, I gotta know, where did you send this message? There we go.
Yappers.
Just like, where did it go? 1, 2. It's right there. Okay, and I can't place anything else down. I put that there. I think I'm gonna keep this here. That's the extra placement stone. Okay. Learn to sew a button on. Are you learning to sew by hand? Because it's relatively easy. And can be picked up very easily.
I want to learn that.
I got a cross stitch again.
I just put all my cross stitch away.
In a little while.
Same.
I've been too like physically drained to do anything.
No, real as hell.
No, that's fair.
Just gonna put this here. I hope that grows. I think it will. Okay, I'm gonna put my little self into the bed.
No.
Oh no, you've been slimed like on Nickelodeon?
Another shaft.
Another one.
Another one.
Another shaft.
No very
Let me-
basic
So
sewing
many.
stuff?
No.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm gonna leave you two alone. I'm gonna go get coffee. I'm gonna get
I don't know if that's a good idea, boss.
It's
Hey, boss
fine,
man,
it's
please don't
fine,
do
it's
this,
fine.
boss. Please. It's okay. Our podcast listener, Doc, will get to hear it all. Hear it all. Hear it
Yay.
live.
Oh my god.
Anyways, I'll be right back. I put myself to bed already. And I'm gonna go get
Oh,
coffee.
Yankee. Don't fall in.
Don't fall in.
Don't fall in. Chaos.
Oh my god, I found another shaft. I keep finding shafts. Whoa, what's wrong with what I'm saying, love? I keep finding shafts. It seems that they gravitated towards me.
No,
The gravitational pull.
no, oh my god.
I love you so much.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Oh, Haunted, you know me.
Do you like the
You know me,
shafts, Spooky,
Haunted.
or are they
Sometimes
long?
you gotta.
Oh my god, no,
You
not
gotta
the
have a big
egg
shaft. Sometimes you just gotta have. You gotta have a big one sometimes. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, love? What's wrong with what I'm saying?
Nothing. I just physically
You
can't play the
sure?
game. I'm okay. Oh, my jaw hurts.
Hey, it's 1 a.m. Get to bed.
Oh,
Fucking nerd.
okay. There we are. Go bitch. Oh, wow. I have not laughed that long in a while. Oh,
Do you want to come join me in Skull Cabin again in the next couple of days?
yeah.
I need to wait because I don't have enough food.
Oh,
but-
yeah. I'll come.
We get to. Nope. 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 Nope.
No, I know exactly.
No. Come in.
Abwa. Abwa.
Alpha. 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 Alpha.
Abwa. Kind serves the world that includes encouragement even
Alpha.
though which. Yes, so true.
No.
I try and do that every day. I try and do that every day.
No. No.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Don't make me get a
No.
train. I'll get it.
Do it then. You act like that's a bad thing.
I
You act like
know.
I don't want that.
I know. If I wasn't in
Come
office
in,
tomorrow,
Ed.
no, 100% I would.
I know you would. Say, I know full well you would.
Yeah. Oh, I have not checked my mail
In
in
fact,
ages.
you have.
Yeah, I know.
17.
Oh, I got more cookies. And a potato. And an iron bar. Holy shit.
17.
17.
17.
17.
17.
17, the big 1-7. Also,
There we go.
right back
I
at you,
know.
Hornicle. You deserve all the encouragement. You're a cool bean. I'm gonna
Sorry, I
ricochet.
was counting ancient fruit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I need to grab. My ancient fruit jelly was ready. I had to go refill it.
Ah, that makes sense.
You just get me chanting the number.
Yeah, I was like 17,
Yeah.
17, 17. I got hay on me. What do I do with this? Is there a chest for it?
First of all, hey girly. Second of all,
Okay, wow. I don't know what to do with
hold it in your hand and interact
Yeah.
with this.
Okay. Okay, there we are.
There we go.
Ah, nope. Ah, I'm just a geek.
Ow.
Cool. Ow.
You're a nerd. I'm a fucking nerd.
Yeah, I am. He's Satan. Satan deserves cuddles. There you
Mm-hmm. Meow.
are.
Ow, 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 ow.
There is a Sarah. The Sarah's returned.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow.
I made tea and my uncle also showed up.
Hi. Welcome back.
Auto grabber. Animals.
So true, Haunted. So
Dream
true.
of joy. Oh my god, we haven't talked about Greek mythology in a while. They bark. They don't really know who they're barking at, I'll have you know. I don't have a pair of scissors. I need to take off this.
Yeah, it's so true, Doc. Out of context, this game is hilarious.
Hey guys, can you think up of names for 4 goats, please?
Bruce.
Billy!
No, we've got Bruce.
Billy!
And we have like, oh, okay.
We can't go with the names. I will in a minute. Give me a sec, I'm gonna go buy it.
How about Smith?
Ooh, Doc, I love that name. Also, that's a good choice of a name. That's an interesting choice of a name. To you, Quiet. That's a, you know, okay.
Wait, which one?
Whatever
Which one?
you just said.
Oh, Smith.
Oh, silly little guy. Ew.
Yeah.
Clint. Hello, lizard. Hello, lizard. Hello. I love you.
Lizard.
Okay, bye. He went to the sun.
Lizard.
Lizard. Does it want a lamp?
I don't know.
Wait, no, heat lamps. There you are.
Yeah. I don't know if he does. He kind of went. Well, he went into the sun, so I assume he would appreciate it. But it's quite warm out today.
This goat's also random name was Brutley.
Oh.
What a fucking
I kind of want to keep Brutley, I'm not gonna lie. No. Nope. It's gone now.
Urf the goat. Urf.
Gone forever.
I got distracted by my phone. I found your items.
You got games on your phone?
Yeah, I do. I got one game, at least on my phone, that is like a merging one, and I'm really addicted to it. I was really addicted to it.
Oh my god, no, you have a merge?
Yes, it's a cat. It's a cat-themed one.
Ooh.
It's a cat-themed one. It's called Cat Mansion.
Ooh.
The merging part is not cat-related, but you're helping the cats, so I'm like, wow, this is really cool. I got it when I first got this phone. So I got it while I was ASMing for Amadeus, and I cannot lie, I was in charge of the actors in the back, and they got in trouble for playing games on their phone, but I too was playing games on my phone, but I was paying more attention. I was paying more attention. Did they miss their cues? Yeah. Was that on me? No. That was on them. They had done the show multiple times at that point. I'm like, what the fuck, you guys? And then they got banned. Banned from phone.
Sad.
Do you not have... Miss Fork doesn't have any milk.
No.
Natchers. What is the goat's name? Dr. Cheese. Oh, that's a good one. What's this? That pig's enchilada.
Cheese.
Ceviche. What's the sheep? Bah. That's the sheep's name. These are all Cars animal iconic names. Oh, wonderful. Should message her and be like, animal names? On point. I think I just stole her diamond. Oh well. She'll never know. She'll know it's in the pod.
Why is there a cow decal here for 10,000 money?
10,000? Don't we get that for free?
I think so.
They want us to spend money?
I need
Something
to load up
for
my old
free?
save with Sophie because I have like 12 cow decals in my house just for funsies because we kept fishing them up at one point.
Love that.
There's also like the Joja themed segment in my room because she kept breaking into my house and turning it Joja themed.
Oh, I hate that you can't sell furniture.
In which case, I kept stealing the photo of her husband.
Not the photo. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The JoJo. I want to do a JoJo pose now.
JoJo pose is okay. JoJo Mart pose, not okay.
Yeah, that's stinky, but JoJo the anime, JoJo Bizarre Adventure is very good.
Oh yeah, Night Market. Did anybody check the painting yesterday?
Ooh, no.
We bought the paint. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I was in.
I went to go get tea. You were in the mines. I'm running to it right now, so I'll see what it is.
The mines of Moria.
Fuck yeah! Oh, I love this song.
I'm so curious.
What's the name of the song? I forget. Oh, it's this
song?
one. Pretty sure it's Yo-Ho. Yeah, Yo-Ho. It's from a video game, but it's a really good song.
Yeah. Let's take you for the mines of Moria. My cousin.
It was in the mines. Oh, it is.
No.
The painting of
You know
today.
what's funny? I come down and I immediately.
It's like the Grand Canyon. It's like the Grand Canyon. Huh. It's kind of like the Grand Canyon, but it also just looks like flames.
It looks like fire.
I like it.
Yeah, it looks like fire.
It is destruction. It is chaos.
Dorado.
I'm buying it.
Lifetime.
Yeah.
That's my friend now.
That's my friend now.
It's called Land of Clay.
That is
Land
not
of
clay.
Clay. Take
That
me
is
home,
not
mysterious figure. Thank you, mysterious figure. Mysterious figure, my
What
knees
if I
hurt.
spend 100,000 money on a piano?
I thought about that too.
Do it.
I won't lie.
Does it play anything if you like?
No, I
Do
don't. I don't think so.
Does it play
Aw.
anything? Okay, cool.
Is it just aesthetically pleasing, or can you play something?
Oh, does it play?
Does
Oh,
it
I need to
play?
buy that portion. I want to upgrade Penny's house too, but I don't want to do that right now.
If
Oh.
you get a
I
free
want
cup of coffee to
money.
drink.
Father, I
Yeah.
sinned. Okay.
I can't drag the map. That's so annoying.
Lifetime.
Hmm?
Lifetime.
I can't drag
What?
the map.
Did you try and do it because of Core Keeper?
Yeah, I was
Just
like, why is it
talk
not
about
working?
I had to play this. Nope, not add to playlist. Wrong one. Add to queue.
Yeah.
Correct.
Ow.
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 Let's see what my friend
I
sent me.
hated it.
Oh my god, Dogma.
Weren't you and Mum talking about that film a couple of days ago?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, I forgot I put the Mayor's Lucky Purple shorts in a fucking.
I fucking
Fish
love
farm.
Derby. Casual
Yeah.
crash out. Hot
Yeah.
metal nuns. I love it.
Yeah, it was when I was yapping about the Untouchables. Yeah, we went from Dogma to Untouchables.
I love that. The duality. Meow. Let's see how bright it looks if I sit.
Ah, too bright.
I should actually check the temperature because if it's getting warm, then I actually will close the window. It is honestly too bright. It is not that. It is 72. I'm gonna close my window.
Too bright.
Yeah, it's
You're too bright.
all taking too long.
You're taking too long.
I think I made the desk too
Or
short.
alternatively, you're too.
Too short. I hate how when you marry one of the villagers, if you go to bed before them, and like on these screens, they have to try to get into bed, they get frustrated and they're like, why are you blocking me? I'm like, I don't know, bro. Go on the other side.
There's an other side, my dude.
Literally. Widowy, you can walk around. I got 999.
Widowy.
Widowy princess.
Ah.
Widowy was stuck in my shawl.
Oh.
Okay. Now I can mean business.
Yeah.
Now I can.
Oh boy.
Agua.
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 Agua?
Agua. Agua. Agua.
Some information about the upcoming event. Oh, the Feast of Winter
Agua.
Star is coming
Agua.
up.
Agua.
Get your.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Who do you have? Who do you have?
I got
Who do you
Mayor
have?
Lewis.
Cool.
Can you give him his lucky purple shorts back?
Oh my god.
Ooh, wait, who have I got?
Mine?
Oh, how was that, Doc?
Caroline!
Oh, that's such a. Oh, what a nice little time.
Oh, I got Robin.
Oh, that's not
I got
bad.
Robin.
We do like Robin.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know what they like though. I haven't interacted with them.
Robin? Hardwood.
Spaghetti. Buy spaghetti.
Buy spaghetti. I will buy spaghetti now.
Yeah.
Buy spaghetti.
Spaghetti
Mhm.
She like
easy.
it the spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, that's like her only loved gift.
Oh.
What if I give her hardwood?
Hardwood.
You see? Yeah. Tree, mommy. Exactly. Thanks, Bubba. Stardrop tea, Bubba.
Cheese.
The raccoons
Hey,
have been
Quiet.
pleased.
Yeah.
This big fucker over here.
Love, can I ask you to fish a fish for me?
Oh, I forgot
Yeah.
I was supposed to fish. Oopsie.
Can you, love, can you fish me up an albacore, please?
Yeah. Where do I fish it?
That's real.
Give me a minute and I can Google it for you.
Thank you. I do not. If you gave me a location, I will fish.
Oh, the big fat guy is still here. They like to film every fucking thing.
The
Oh,
ocean
yeah.
at between 6 a.m. and 11 a.m. or
Oh, okay.
6 p.m. and 2 a.m.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna go now though and see if I can grab it. I'm running.
People do like filming
Thank
everything
you,
now,
love.
which is fun, but also enjoy the moment. Have fun.
No problem. Yeah, I've started to not film stuff at concerts now. I'm like, I just want to live the moment.
I try to film like one or two things because it's usually my favorite part of the songs. I'm like, yes. But the last concerts I went to, I didn't film anything. One, because it was Ghost and my phone was locked up. And two, the other one, I just didn't. We were just there for the vibes. We've seen them so many times.
Just there to vibe.
Yeah.
Have a good old time.
We were there to vibe and we weren't in the pit, so we were far away, so it was very nice and comfy.
Very, very nice.
Insane Deadlock plays exactly, God. Yes, yes. Good,
Please give me the
good.
fish. Please.
And over
you've
that
only got-
fish.
it's not available now.
No.
Just keep fishing
I
till
can't
it's
wait
available
until I
again.
unlock the mastery stuff, so I can get the farming mastery, so I can get the iridium scythe to harvest all of these
Yeah.
ancient fruit
Yeah, this
immediately.
I love
Yeah.
deadlock.
Mm-hmm.
Little tree. You shall grow. Little tree, little tree.
Big and strong.
Little tree, little tree.
So little guy.
There's so many little guys.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Little guy. Ah.
What does Hat Mouse have? What do you have
You
today?
good, love?
I
shouldn't spend
I
money.
waited for the store, the saloon to open, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go on Instagram, and I just forgot I had volume.
Oh, real.
Uh,
I didn't stir
Yeah.
my tea.
I'm too scared to go on my Instagram. It's all full of like Leon.
That's been my Twitter. It's calmed down a little bit. But I was getting so many things. I was like,
Mine's
I'm gonna get
gotten worse.
spoiled.
So no, it's not even that. It's the art. It's the borderline
Yeah.
not safe for work Leon art on my feed.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Chicken mask.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken
I have been
mask.
flashbanged by a couple of them before.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be spoiled, and my fucking Twitter was going insane with it. I was like, calm down, it just came out today!
Let it be. Yeah, literally.
No. No.
Aw.
Let's see. What's a deep
Oh,
one?
what?
Where is tree. Tree. I miss Deadlock.
Who's chopping down trees?
Yes.
Oh hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Tis
Hello.
Oh, if
I.
you're gonna go do that, I'll go. I need to go give the wizard his iridium.
The wizard.
Mm-hmm.
The wizard. Where does the slime go? Bonk, 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 bonk.
Bonk.
Where's Caroline? Oh, right there.
Man, I don't want the
Technically, I have 8 hearts with her, but I don't think I've gotten the tea recipe.
Oh.
Yeah, I just don't think I've visited.
Are you about to go through a layer of cutscenes?
No, I do. I'm just blind.
Real as hell.
Guess I'm gonna go make some seeds. So I can go plant some tea saplings so we can make tea.
Yes. I think I
So
have like
would
one or two.
tea.
I would like tea.
Oh, this is my friend's song. Meow, 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 meow.
I need to grab a coconut for Gus. The wizard wants an iridium bar. I have
Let's go this
50.
way. Oh.
Kent wants a starfruit. I have never grown a starfruit.
Yeah, we go.
She wanted a cave carrot.
Hey, carrot. I should check on the island sometime.
I don't know what Turnip was doing on the island.
Neither do I. So, I should check it. I will go tomorrow though, it's already too late. And then I can just sleep there! I should take all my seeds over there, actually.
5 fiber and 5. If I just take that, and I can make 5. 5 is reasonable enough.
Boom. Boom. To re-download Skyrim? Ooh. Roleplay as a mage and only use frost spells. Yes. I was doing either real as hell turnip. Blizzard lizard wizard. You would be a blizzard lizard wizard? Fuck yeah. What a title that would be. What a way to live.
Yeah.
There we go. Planted my tea.
Tea.
What What else was needed? Demetrius, you're never getting this pufferfish.
Real as hell. I love you, Shayla. Get home safely. Have a good rest of your day.
And then
To
wants a
warm
battery
weather.
pack. Do I even have any battery packs? I don't have any battery packs. That's wild. There we go.
Why do I avoid mayonnaise in here? I forgot about Krobish.
Mayo de noche.
Mayonnaise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do that.
It's like a guy who can be trusted to say mayonnaise, and it's just mayo de noche.
Mayonnaise on an
I need to find that
escalator.
video. I need to find that video. Quiet. It's so stupid.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
How much?
Can I get to the wizard before he closes? There we go. Hi wizard, have
The
you
only
already
one
in
I
there?
have. Frick. Man, that would be crazy if I
Got the
could do
fish for
that.
you.
Fish.
Thank you, love.
Mm-hmm.
Take that out.
No problem, love.
Let's break that's elixir. That.
There we go. And then I'll do all the other quests tomorrow while I wait for more cheese.
Almond.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm slowly starting my cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to upgrade my house in order to like put more stuff in there? Like have another wine thing down there?
Let's put this over here.
We could, and then I could put the wine in yours.
Yeah, like in the other save that we're
Yeah. I could put the wine in yours, and
Moon.
because
Do
the
your
wine
roll.
only needs to be checked on once every 2 months.
doing. Yeah.
14, 11, and a 4, Moon. You're doing good. Have fun lurking. Bing bong. Bing bong.
Oh, it's a rabbit.
Mm.
PG3. Fuck yeah. Good luck. I don't know where my husband is. Can I check the TV? Yeah. Skip it around. That there.
I'm gonna put the fish in the chest.
Fix one thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, love.
No problem, love. But okay, close the fence.
Like
It
that.
was an albacore, yeah. Hi.
Yeah, albacore.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, I
Mhm.
did get the right one.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my quest.
Mm-hmm. Hi.
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 Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. She
Hello.
came back.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello.
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 It's just you two stimming.
No. No.
No.
Just stimming on the
Oh my god, the cat
stream.
gave you seaweed.
Hell yeah.
Cat gave me algae.
Oh, it was algae. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
What am I
They're both
reaching
green.
for? Oh, there it is.
Merp.
Oh, merp, merp.
Quiet. You tell me what you need for the house upgrade, and I'll give it you.
Mm-hmm. I have to go check. I don't know what I need.
Okay. Oh, Beckseller's
Just go
in.
ring up Robin. We have a phone.
Oh my god, we do have a phone.
Come back. Come back. Come back.
Do I?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
No.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. Wait,
Abba.
am I too? I
Abba.
need to do it. There we are.
Abba. Abba. Abba.
Abba.
Abba.
Abba.
Abba. Abba.
Take
Abba.
this and take this. I'm not going on adventure.
Abba.
I'm gonna go
Abba.
deck out
Sorry,
the
I keep accidentally
island.
showing you my sword. Abba. Abba. Abba.
Birthdays, little birthdays.
Where is the phone? Oh, there's the phone.
It's the
Spaz
phone-shaped
out.
object.
If I phone Robin. There we
Ooh,
are.
that still has 10
Oh,
days left.
okay. Ooh, check house upgrade costs. Okay, it would cost me 10 grand and then 450 pieces of wood.
I don't
I'll
think you
live
have
on.
450 pieces of wood, to be honest. You might have to
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah, that's fine.
I need fishing stuff. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Fish.
I just need to bring food to
Eek.
the island.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the trash! Trash followed me.
Good trash.
The trash.
These ones.
Ooh,
Do I? I'll go down the mines. The normal mines.
okay, we quickly do this.
Damn mine.
Down mine.
Now.
I need money.
Oh, not a sand peppers. Okay, we take that.
Bless you.
Oh,
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Farmer,
Bless you.
Ah!
Yeah.
Hi, money. Why am I getting a cutscene? Oh, this is the quest cutscene. Okay.
God, my child's looking at me.
I didn't expect that to be a cutscene with the quest.
I can make spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
Bounty.
Yeah. Okay, that was it.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Tomato.
Oh, there's just rocks here, no gold. Sag.
Just take another one of those. Okay.
Hmm.
A wonder.
I wonder.
What's in this one?
Hmm.
So much stuff.
Nope,
oh
that's
my
the
god.
JoJo Furniture catalog. That's the one we don't.
Give me that. Give me that.
It's the icky one.
Do we have a Junimo catalog?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't think.
I know that.
I don't know if. Because how do we get it again?
Traveling cart salesman.
Okay, yeah, I don't think any of us have gotten it yet then.
Yeah,
Turnip-
unless Turnip's got it.
I don't think so.
But I think he would have told us.
Yeah, because he got us the wizard one. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, traveling merchant, please. We need it. We need one at the
Where are
least.
you?
Mhm.
Bye, Sebastian. I won't see you for a couple days. Bye.
What are the two? Gus wants an albacore and Gus wants a coke.
To the island.
On a great adventure.
I
Just
haven't
like,
actually been to the
hate
island
that.
yet.
Everything's unlocked, so it's pretty good. There are the beds there,
I
so
should
that's why
go-
I'm
I
like,
should probably go.
yeah, beds
I should
are
go
there.
fish today.
That's what I need to do fishing. Ooh, there's some people here. But I also have some plants.
Mhm.
So I like. Trying to take a nap? Ma'am, you're standing up. I'm trying to take a nap. You're standing. You're standing. Oh, I'm so glad I checked here. Okay, there's the mail. Put this here.
There we
Mail.
go. Now all it is
Some of that
Kent
there.
wanting a star fruit.
You wanting a Pepsi Max maximum taste zero sugar?
Yeah, exactly. Don't eat the blueberry. No. We're harvesting.
Oh, I may get one tomorrow in office. Ooh.
Blueberry?
I thought you were gonna get a monster.
You know what? That's a good shout. I'll get a monster.
Monsters!
No, no, no.
Oh,
Don't have more than one.
okay,
Yes.
I'll have one.
Yes.
Don't have more than one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll pace it this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, more than one. Me during theater days.
No, because last time he had, what, 3 cups of coffee and 2 monsters in one day?
Yeah. I know that feeling. It do be like that.
I had the shakes. It was not fun.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
cool.
have
This
no
really is the first time I'm going to Ginger Island. I'm getting the cutscene.
Fuck yeah. I'm gonna toss that. Oh, I have those seeds now. Is there space here? Oh no, that's where I put those. There's
I just
seeds
wanna-
there. Okay.
I just want to do a funny and try to go into the volcano dungeon and immediately die.
That's real. Okay, that's mine. 100 pineapples? Yeah, that's not gonna happen in 10 days. Do you have smaller?
Abigail has a guinea pig called David.
Oh yeah, I was
Sorry,
gonna
I'm
deck out
talking to her and she
this.
said, "Hey, I wonder if I could bring my guinea pig to the island." And then she was like, "Nah, David's not much of a swimmer anyway." I'm like, "Who the fuck is David?"
The fuck is David?
I don't know.
Yeah. No, give me that back. I made
God, it costs that much to go to the island. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm only gonna go once. That's it.
That's what I
I'll
brought.
send you money. No, because the volcano dungeon is really good.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't know that was
It's
a banana.
10 floors, but it's kind of better than Skull Cavern in a sense of like the stuff and that, though it's more difficult.
Oh,
I see,
okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to chop down all the trees. I needed the wood.
Real?
I've come here to cause deforestation.
Lorax is not gonna be happy. Okay, now where do?
No, I need to upgrade my axe more than steel.
That's what mine's at too. I like kept on stopping on upgrading.
Everything else is iridium.
I have none iridium. I just been ignoring
Oh, I have
it.
an iridium pickaxe. The
Okay.
pickaxe is. Hey, I'm stealing yours. Don't mind me.
Oh, that's why that's like uneven there.
Oh, wow.
I'll do this. I'll just make this even.
Going into the thingy.
Be careful, I hope you have food, you're gonna die.
I have cake and I have spicy eel.
Okay.
Oh.
Did you bring...
Can't do that.
Can you even get into the volcano dungeon?
No, I can't.
Put some extras.
Did you not bring your watering can?
Yeah.
Put
Yeah,
those down.
I didn't. No, yeah.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Nah, it's okay. I'll go fish.
Nah,
Oh shit, that's
no,
actually...
Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
So right, that's what I came here to do.
I was like right out here.
My arm is itchy. I love One Piece. I really like One Piece. The One Piece. I should buy that wallet.
Hi.
Thank you.
Wait.
What I get? What the fuck is that? Blue discus.
You know what? Forget it.
Blue dis? No, blue dat. I want to take a drink of my tea.
Be careful, be careful.
Skeleton.
Oh yeah, they do a lot.
Yeah,
Just
they
trying to
do.
fish.
Why I said be careful.
Yeah, I killed it.
Yay.
You didn't sound too
Nice.
confident about that.
Yeah.
You sounded like I lived, but at what price?
Everything. Ah, Wisp, leave me alone.
Oh, no, I can't lose it. I just got
No, they won't.
the fish. Please. To sail it, to sail it up, to see what did I
Use your
get?
sword on them.
Oh, okay.
Those are the equivalent of the boxes.
Okay, I have
Oh,
3
okay.
days. I have 3 days.
Oh, there's a thingy here.
Okay, I have 3 days. I can do this.
Oh, get the cinder shards.
I got them.
3. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
2 more. The sailor out, the sailor anymore. Hey, so I need to play my addiction song right
Press
now.
the button.
This
Oh,
is
is
a
that the
bad
wrong
point.
button?
It's a bad
Me
point to try to
too.
play my addiction song. Okay. Where is
And
it?
this is why you always bring your
Okay.
watering can to dungeon.
I wasn't even locked in. I was trying to get Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin, she bangs.
Also, it's 10:40. We should probably leave here.
Yeah.
Oh god, I gotta lock in. I can't Ricky Martin right now.
You can't just leave. You have to, like, you have to leave. You just have to go through all the dungeons again. There's no ladder. You have to backtrack.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, cute. Midnight Carp.
That's why you either commit to it and pass out, or just.
Yeah.
Can I kill you? Can I kill you? Can I kill you, please? Can I kill you, please?
Or you can die
No.
and then get to
you
the
could
front.
die. But Leah will pull you out.
I lived the length of
Leah
my
will pull you
bay.
out, though.
Hey, I need bait. Fuck. I thought I had a lot. I think because I don't fish in this one. Fuck, I don't fish in this one. My bait's at home. No.
Where's the thing? There's normally a thing here. Oh, in any case, we gotta just come back down here.
She walks like she talks and she talks like she walks. She bangs, she bangs.
We're sleeping on the island today, Will.
Baby, she moves,
Okay,
she moves.
And then I'm gonna walk home. You can do what you want.
She bangs. Do you
I
have
gotta
any
fish for a little
meat? Do you have any meat on you? Any bug meat?
Meat.
Doc, the addiction song is She Bangs by Ricky Martin. I'll take the English or Spanish version. I did just turn up the I'm sorry, the way you guys all looked at like what bed? What there's so many options.
Too many options.
You
Great
did the little
content.
panic, just like
options. I panicked.
I need bug meat. I'm an idiot.
No, don't say that.
I need
On it, yeah.
bug meat. I need bait. I have no bait on my fishing rod. Hey, quiet. Do you have any bait on your fishing rod?
Wait.
I have none.
How much bait do you want? How much bait do you want?
Any. I need to fish for quest. Please, please,
Give me a
please
sec.
show me the
Give me a
way,
sec.
Master Space. Ow! I punched the microphone.
I'll put it in this
Baiter.
chest. It's in this chest.
Yeah. You want soup? I can give you soup.
Soup? I have soup. I take
What
soup.
type soup? Hold on. Tom Kha soup. Okay. Offer your Tom Kha soup to Kai. Yes. Offer my Tom Kha soup.
Thank you for soup.
You're welcome. Look at the glorious. My screen's still spazzing out. I was walking in slow motion.
I had over 400 bait. I thought I might as well pass it to you.
Yeah! I'll get us a ticket. That sounds really bad. I'll get us a ticket. I'll get us a ticket. She bangs. Ooh, baby. She moves.
I really want to go to a concert at some point.
Yeah.
Mystery. she bangs, she moves. Okay, back to fishing. Hey, so what if I play Ricky Martin, She Bangs on repeat?
Do it.
I didn't actually get to listen to it because I was so stressed fishing. There's a lot of trees right by me too. Oh yeah, you're right there. Yes.
I'm cutting them down.
I was just gonna summon you of like, there's a lot of trees here. I already chopped a couple of them.
Wood and it's winter.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, I already chopped a couple for the wood that I need here.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
It's like we're emoting, like spamming the emote. A daughterless puzzle. I should have checked my mission.
Can I eat it?
I just need one. I got walnut.
Why have I got the walnut?
I don't know, but it goes to the communal walnut. I almost said the communal walnut hole.
Communal nuts.
Not the communal walnut hole. The communal walnut hole. Don't worry, we store it in our prison pocket.
Oh, I forgot it's left click, not right click.
You stole my wood.
Yeah. Oh.
You stole my wood.
I took 14 of your wood. It's like and your sap.
Thank you for
Oh,
offering
I won.
my wood. Thank you for.
Okay, well, I'm
offering
taking
me
the
your
13.
wood.
The 13's coming home with
Okay.
me. Stings like a bee. History. She bangs,
got a
she
hit.
bangs. She moves.
Hi. Aw. Oh, come back. I'm back. Ow. I'm stuck in a cutscene.
No.
You're stuck in a cutscene? Oh, I know what cutscene.
No, it was a chest cutscene.
Ah.
Whoa, your head dislocated then.
Your head's supposed to be on your shoulders.
Yeah, no, it's like.
Keep it there.
Like, nope. You ain't going anywhere.
Where is this fish? Where are you? Okay, that's that. That's that. I assume one is a river and
Which fish
one
are you looking
is
for?
Okay. Well, hold on. I just threw my fish out. Okay. I already did the blue discus. I need the lionfish and the stingray. I know where stingray is. And I assume each one's pond, lake. Pond, lake. Hello? Are you in the house? The dogs are in the house. It like their barks like reverbed. I was like, hello? God? Is that you? But I assume one's a river, a pond, lake, and a sea. Yeah. That's where stingrays live. I love stingrays.
Yeah.
I forgive them for what they have done.
I believe one of them is in the pirate area.
Okay. I'm gonna fish here one more time, and I only say that because I'm already catching something.
Yay. We're gonna have a
Tilapia.
walnut.
If you need tilapia, or if you would like to eat tilapia, I have plenty of them.
Ooh, a snake
She
skull.
walks
Yeah,
like
we
she
are- we
talks
are
and she talks like she
34.
walks. She bangs, she bangs.
Ooh.
Ooh, baby, she moves, she moves. Is that good? You know, if I just play Spanish songs, my blood pressure goes up. Okay, my heart rate goes up, not my blood pressure. Probably will make my blood pressure go up. I got the lionfish, you're so right, it's by the pirate fish. Pirate? Yeah. It makes me go hyperactive. Related to sharks? Well, they're cool little guys. I love stingrays. And manta rays. I love rays.
Manta
Your
rays
name
are my
Ray?
favorite.
I like you.
I
That's
love
pretty
manta
cool.
rays. Manta rays are so cool.
They
Manta
are.
rays are so cool. I love them so
Have you ever
much.
pet one? Do you guys have the petting pools? That sounds so weird.
No.
In the aquariums? Where you can touch some
Uh,
fish?
Not at the aquarium that's near me.
Thanks.
It has an area you can stick your hands in, but like there's no rays there.
Oh. Also, this sounds so funny, like out
No,
of
that's-
context.
There's fish there.
Yeah, I
You can-
know. I
yeah,
just realized that.
even what I was saying too. What are you making over there? Oh my god.
Hmm?
Oh, are you killing slimes?
I'm being beaten up.
Oh my
I'm
god.
being beaten up.
I just hear the
I might
squishing
actually
noise.
die.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
I just hear like the squishing and slushing noise. I'm like, what the hell is happening there? Oh, hi, pufferfish.
Tiger slimes hurt.
They do. They're mean. They're really mean.
Mm-hmm.
They're, one may say,
Yeah,
I dare
there's
say,
tiger
bitches.
slimes up here.
Yeah, I don't like them.
And
I've run
there's
into.
a bunch of hardwood trees here. I wanted the
They're guarding their
hardwood.
hardwood.
Mm-hmm. I needed that wood.
3.
Mm-hmm.
I hate us. You didn't even do anything in that case.
needed that
I
wood.
did.
I love that wood.
Freaky, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're trying to take their hardwood? God. They work so hard for their wood. They hard on
That would
their
was
wood
so hard.
till you. Hey, you fish here often?
Yeah.
We need lionfish. And then that's a skeleton.
Them fish be lying?
That's what I'm saying. Oh my god, yeah, lionfish are ocean because they're the bastards that are invasive in certain places, and so you can kill them. And so they like literally poke them and stuff them in a bag, and then you can eat them. You just have to like.
Isn't that where you are?
Yes, I'm pretty sure because I think it's Hawaii that they're actually normal there. Like they're allowed to be there. It's one of the
I believe.
lionfish.
I believe they're Japanese.
Let's see. Okay, this is a bad thing to try to Google while I'm fishing. I'm fishing with my left hand. Yeah, that's what I get. That hunts them with a with a what? With a whole clock. Now I'm all for getting rid of the. Oh my god, what is it? There's so honestly, Florida has a lot of invasive little guys there, cause iguanas. And the man who caught it and then was like, so we're gonna make tacos, iguana tacos, and I was like, what? What?
Iguanas are invasive?
Yeah. So they are a big problem there because they are everywhere.
That's wild.
Did I get it? Did I get it? I did it. Okay.
Sarah,
Yes.
is
Get a
my character blurry for you?
Which character? You?
Am I blurry?
No. You're just.
No.
No.
Hey,
Okay.
quiet. I think we need to get your eyes tested.
I can. My character looks slightly blurry.
Hey, love, go get your eyes tested.
Where can I find Stingray? I should just look it up. I have one more day.
Are they by the door?
There's a when you walk in to the
That little pool over there?
onto Ginger Island, you go to the right immediately, and then there's a cave.
Okay,
And then
okay.
you fish in that cave, and then there's stingray.
Okay, okay.
Ooh, I want a stingray.
Oh, I should do this. My
What'd you say,
iPad's
Rosa?
fucking dying, bro.
I don't know. I don't know why I said it like that.
Can anyone hear me? It's so dark down here.
Oh no,
I've
where did
been
we leave
setting up relay
Reynard?
networks
Oh.
in this cave for hours, days, years.
Where did we leave
There's no
Reynard?
end to it. Who am I?
Oh no, we left Reynard.
Reynolds.
We left. I don't know. Somewhere dark. Are you under one of our beds?
Here?
Are you in the closet? Oh my god! Wait,
Are
Mochi.
you playing? I know what you're playing.
Oh
Are
no.
you playing? What is it? Rust?
Oh no, not Rust.
No, not Rust.
Also,
Not Rust. The one with the underground tunnels where you have to set up electricity, and then there's like weeping angel things coming after you
oh, ew.
while you do that.
I feel like I know what you're talking about.
I can't remember what it's called. He knows what I'm talking about. He's streamed it. Tunnet. Thank you. Tunnet. I'm an idiot. I'm a big idiot.
One
No.
has a 3
Yeah.
minimum of 3 invasive species. Pythons. Oh yeah. open season on them. Iguana supposedly tastes like white chicken meat. Yeah. Honestly, the tacos that the guy made of the iguana tacos looked pretty good. Won't lie. Seemed pretty freaking tasty. I'm gonna sell some of these. Like that.
Man,
And
I
then
should
I'll
get.
sell
I
this.
should get a food. That's what I get for eating at 5:30. I never do that.
That's fair.
Get a snack. A yummy snack.
Okay.
I'm
just gonna
tempted.
Yeah.
We have the good bread. I'm tempted to make something.
Bread.
Ooh, yeah.
We have my favorite bread.
Okay, I got energy now.
Okay.
I'm tempted to just sell some of my wine.
That's real.
I have a lot of wine, by the way.
I got a fish here for a minute.
Yeah, I have 180.
I'm gonna sell that. Keep
Ooh,
that.
yeah.
We sell that. We just sell that. We sell that. We'll keep that.
I haven't even made all the casks I want to make yet.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I sold. I don't know. The point we have to shift from calling everything chicken to accepting default meat taste. Ooh, default meat taste. But what would be default meat taste?
Either pork or chicken.
I feel like then we have to select, okay, which one's going to be the default meat taste?
Probably chicken, because everything tastes like chicken.
Which meat is the default?
I mean, I guess we got to pick two, because one is default bird meat taste and default other.
Yeah, their default meat is chicken. Yeah, and it is chicken and pork, I reckon.
Lion fish.
Gang, it's nearly 1 a.m. Go to bed.
I'm already in bed.
Actually, no, pork and beef don't taste like chicken.
Beef and yeah, see, but then like I could say beef and pork are like similar in taste.
Yeah, it depends on like what it is. That's the thing. Like it varies a lot.
It also depends on how you grew up. What the default meat would be.
That's why I'm like default bird meat and default. I don't know what to call that meat. Default
land meat.
Red meat.
Air meat and land meat.
Air meat. Default air meat. I'm gonna start calling it that. Default air meat. Oh, I need to click that. Sorry, I was reading about lionfish. They are from where was it? Where was I reading? The warm tropical waters, so South Pacific and Indian Oceans.
Oh, okay.
Including Red Sea. Okay, where is building the offense? Sorry, I can't skip ABBA. But I did queue up Ricky Martin again. Is different than default meat? Yeah, it's but see, we gotta classify that because that's meat still. But like, it is different.
Meat.
Yeah, meat.
Whatever it is, it's meat.
Yeah. I concur.
Meat is meat.
But then you have the mushrooms that taste like chicken.
Oh,
but then that just tastes like default meat, default air meat.
Yeah, default air meat.
Make some receipts for that.
Work it done. Hell yeah.
Bow, 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 bow. Meow, 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 meow.
Who put a Christmas tree here? Or is this just generic?
Who put generic tree?
Who put generic tree here?
Oh, I need more. I need more. I need a stand.
Need all that. Need everything.
Oh my god, my foot's asleep.
All,
Rise up. Meow, meow. See, what would be red meat default taste? Don't eat the broccoli.
Probably beef.
That's what I would say.
I would say beef then, because like, yeah. Bless you.
Season the thank you. Food properly, it just tastes bland. Beef. Ooh, shit, do I have one more day? Final day, gotta catch 5 stingrays.
What's this grow? You know what? Fuck it.
Oh, okay.
Star.
I don't know if this will plant
Stores.
in the right amount of time, if this will grow in the right amount of time, but fuck it.
Oh, I got some
Meow,
hardwood.
meow, 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 meow.
Hardwood.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow,
I'm
meow.
gonna visit the fishing chest. I fished this up.
Meow, 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 meow.
No, don't put the hardwood in the fishing chest.
No,
Put the
no, no,
hardwood in
no.
the...
Oh, it is this.
No, I put the skulls in there because I fished the skulls.
Oh, skulls for the
Yeah.
skull thrower.
Yeah.
Fuck you,
Skulls for
flounder.
myself.
I don't need a flounder. I need a stingray. I hardly know her, okay? I can't flounder.
I hardly know
Don't
her.
like. Yeah. Meow, meow. Oh god. Oh god. This has to be a stingray.
Oh, God, please don't.
He's fighting me. You're coming home with me. I love One Piece, everybody.
Got in my belly.
Oh, why does a stingray look like that? Beef? I don't like this
know.
red meat. That's fair, Haunted.
What do you mean?
I like chicken better. But I do love pork, but pork hates me. But I like beef.
Pork is yes and no.
Yeah, I concur.
I'll be real, if it wasn't for the way that my mother cooks a roast chicken, I would be vegetarian.
No, you know what? That's so real. That's why I don't really like pork sometimes, but I grew up eating pork chorizo. I do like the beef chorizo now, so I have alternatives since the pork actually kills me. But like, I'm just like, but pork. I don't care for pork that much. But I'm just like, but I kind of want this in pork, cause no, that's why. My chili verde is made with pork, and it's so much better. Do we want to learn Spanish and sing in Spanish, everybody? I can be like Dora the Explorer.
Hi, Kai.
Yay!
Hi, Kai.
My game went flare. I tried to open a chest and the game shitted itself.
The game said, no, you cannot have my goods. What am I on?
I'm like, but I want them.
I need 2 more fish. What say when they
2.
see me? Why does it look like that? No! That's awful! No! You look beautiful! Yeah, she walks like she talks and she talks like she walks. She bangs, she bangs. Baby, but she moves. Oh, stingray! But she stings like a bee. Oh my god. She bangs. Lock me in.
Oh.
She bangs.
She's banging.
I love Ricky Martin. It was a
I
fucking
don't know what else to
pufferfish.
explain to you that quiet.
She bangs, she
be
bangs. She walks like she talks, and she talks like she walks.
Yeah, she moves.
She looks like a flower, but she stings like a bee, like every woman in history. I've been listening to this song too much. Love lamb. It's also red meat. Ooh, I've had some good lamb in my days.
I can't taste lamb.
You can't taste it like you're not allowed to? Or like...
No, it doesn't sit right in my stomach.
Okay. I'm like, describe what you mean by this, but okay.
It's like beef. Sometimes beef can be really chewy and I just can't deal with it. You know?
That's fair.
The texture. Big stretch. Oh, my shoulder.
Why did I look at my phone? Please be a stingray.
Big stretch.
I did it. I completed the tropical fish reward.
That was perfect timing to want to just load up the game.
Well done, yay!
Okay, that means I can come home and see my husband and then leave for the islands again.
Yay.
Love, whenever you want to come home, I all the resources to be able to get you the upgraded house.
Yeah, this
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, Gar's wife.
Hi.
Gar's
Hi.
wife. Oh my god.
Hi. Hello.
Come on, Abby.
Come here. Come here.
She moves,
Hi.
she moves.
Hi.
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 Let's just take
Hi.
that puppy. I'm gonna smoke
Hi.
all these fish.
Hello.
She
Hello.
bangs.
Hi.
Hi.
She moves. Take some of that.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't want that
I should not be trusted.
Take that internet into things. She's so bad. She is so bad, God. Look at that. That's your wife. I check on her every once in a while. She actually kind of looks like she got a dumpy. Why does it look like she actually has a dumpy?
I don't know.
When she turns sideways, it goes past her arm. That's fucking crazy. And here, man.
My most recent search is pork is red meat,
Do you want me
not
to do
even
the
a
house upgrade
question.
the next day
Just a
then?
statement.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, yeah. You're not going to be able to get to it in time now. She closes at 5.
Yeah, Gar, you're so right.
Money.
You're so right, Gar. Because, she does.
That should be enough money.
Thank you.
You can see it from the front. Wait till you see it from the back. You're so right. Do I have space? Oh my god, I did. Give me
Bye bye.
Yes, it is another glorious plant, and then I can get a boomba. A boomba. Let's smoke all these fish, says the guy in Florida with the cloth. I can't believe he hunts them with that. That's so funny. What playlist am I on? Oh, did I just queue up? I did. Anyways, you guys want to listen to She Bangs? But in Spanish.
She do be banging though.
Oh, I'm gonna queue up that one now. I'll change it up. We'll put it in Spanish, you know? Juicy by Doja Cat. Okay, I have some other songs in the queue. But I will queue that. Okay, we're
You could alternate it.
Yeah, could.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm using my phone to do it. What do I need? I need that to go that. I need to put away everything first. Do that. Okay. Put that away.
Please tell me I can get to the traveling cart lady in time.
That away.
Please. I forgot to check her this morning. Yeah.
Let's put this.
I'm an idiot.
Okay, I need to put Juicy by Doja Cat. That one. Temporary plan playlist. Play. Cold. Placement.
Okay.
I wonder how much
Damn it, she
these
doesn't have
are.
anything.
And now we smoke the fish. Okay.
You
Now I
see.
can properly like alternate. Juicy by Doja Cat is actually just going to be the next one. The song's so cute, and then it's gonna go to Doja Cat. This song's almost over. This song's almost over. That's what I meant to say. Anyways, here you go, Gar. That's what your wife has in this game. That's what your wife has. What Emily got. Ooh. There we go. You're going with the weapon of choice. Yeah. This goes for Emily and Gar. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna message Gar like, hey, guess what song Gar dedicated to you today in chat. You're so right. Hello, Gothic. How are you? Oh, I have tea. I can probably drink it.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Also, quiet. Just take the whole stack.
Don't eat the
of wood
tilapia.
and take the whole stack of stone with you when you go upgrade your
Okay.
house, and then just put the stuff back where you found it.
Will do.
I really want to shuffle cards. I have my better tarot cards out.
Hi.
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 Something more
Hi.
like Hothic.
Hi.
Bye.
Hi.
Remember my butchered tarot readings? Those were so funny.
Oh my god.
They were very funny. You can see it from the back. Wait till you see it from the back. I just want to shuffle cards. I think I need a fidget toy.
Yes.
I think I need something because I'm like, I really want to shuffle these cards because it's just a nice feeling.
No, I get that. I get it so much.
I'm like, yeah, sure.
You
I
and me
will
both, buddy. Me and you both.
hear the chat.
We buy you a
Everybody gets
box
the
of them.
word.
I need to get more.
The world,
I
world.
need to get more fidget toys.
Buy you a box of
I might
them.
look.
We got the
more.
world upright, everybody. Let's see what this little book says about the world. So I actually don't know what this little book says about the world. I'll be honest. This one has interesting. You guys are my world.
Yeah.
You are full of magic and you're doing absolutely amazing. It's getting late. Holy shit. Fish. Smoke. Please. What happened to the dream book? I have not found one that I really like. So. How much are these worth? Ooh, a lot. Okay. Hold on. Let me lock in to get to bed.
Nah.
I gotta
I
sell.
should drink in a minute. Ooh.
Sell that one. Not selling my chocolate cake.
The cake.
My cake.
Oh. I could go for
Added
some
one
cake
piece to the silo. Good job, me. Good job.
One Piece.
The One Piece is real.
You two have got that stuck in my head. I can't
It's
unhear
so
it whenever
funny.
I see
That's
the word One
why.
Piece.
The One Piece is
I
real.
blame you two.
Hey, have you ever heard about the One Piece is real?
I got it from that one.
And I got it from
Did
both
you
of
just
you
say
two.
that one there?
Just points.
What is this song? I forgot I queued up the song. I was like, oh my god, what is this song? I queued it up. But yeah, Haunted, I had not picked up a dream book yet. I've been looking at different options, so.
What if we get these?
I'm also broke right now,
What if
in the
we
sense
get
of
these
wanting to get paid.
together?
And I shouldn't spend money.
Wait, what did I just
Due to
read?
my friends.
Oh my
This
god,
one.
yes.
Real as hell.
That is.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? They make another version.
Oh.
You know what other version they make.
Oh, what? Oh.
I pick everything up from here and
I have
Pinterest.
to say, this is like peak British, like, stereotype.
Yeah.
For this. Oh my god,
Yeah,
yes.
You know what?
Oh.
You know.
Oh,
I made
my
myself
God.
dizzy by
Oh,
spinning my
I fucking
head.
love a Baldwin biscuit.
Yeah.
I fucking love a
I
Baldwin.
know you love one.
Oh.
Here
And
in
now you
country,
can make it a fidget
yes.
toy.
Fidget toy.
Yay. Whenever I have a cup of tea and a
I'm really
Baldwin, I
tempted
just
to buy the custard cream.
do it. Whenever I have a
It's
Baldwin
a
and a cup
tenner
of tea, I feel
though.
British.
What if we make you a Warhammer fidget
China.
toy?
Ooh.
I don't know how, but I
it,
could.
but it's a tenner. For one. I'm like, I don't know if that's worth it.
I don't know.
What the hell?
I mean, it is worth it because it's got a lot of stuff in it. Like, it's got a lot of
I
magnets
got another
and everything
fish
in it.
tank.
Can I bite it? I'm going to bite in it if I get it.
Holy shit, this bitch is huge. Oh my god. Can I toss my baby? Oh my god, I can toss my baby.
Can you throw your baby? Can you throw your baby?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you want to throw my
shit, I
baby?
need to go to work.
Oh my god, my baby grew up. Oh my god, my baby grew up. I gotta put a hat on my baby now.
Oh my god, you're telling me I
That's
could
what
put a
I should
hat
put
on my baby?
Yeah, you could put hats on your baby.
Ew.
I have to put my baby in the pirate hat. There we go. My baby's wearing a pirate hat.
That's staying on it. That's staying on it. Oh shit. That was for sure a temporary plant
I
placement.
gotta put a
okay.
hat on my other baby.
Let me go back to
as well.
this, and then I will queue up. Don't eat the wheat flour.
Oh.
You can't eat wheat.
I'm gonna go put mouse ears.
Evil,
on the
baby, evil.
Baby also gets mouse
I'm gonna do
ears.
this bubble wrap. Fidget toys in the box.
Right.
Oh, bubble wrap. Oh wait, let me respond to B too. Fuck yeah! Oh my god, I can tell you so much. You should come over and play Are You with me sometime.
Willie sent me a
I'll
fish
plug
tank
in controller.
in the mail. How the fuck did that fit in the mail?
I don't know.
Wait, what did he send you? Or was it? Wait, yeah, I don't know how that shit fit in the mail.
Yeah. How did that fit?
Radio. Oh, it's this girly. Lip. Bullshit? Is that what he said? No. Moves. She moves. Let's get the lyrics up. Pusso. Wesker! Wesker! She moves.
Wesker?
Oh my god.
I hardly know her.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So Gar, I can't pick my DBD character right now. You definitely should play the DBD pick of which you've chosen for yourself. Did you open DBD? Have you seen the new map? They have a new map. ¿Dónde estás?
This is a really big fish pond.
Spring tap? Okay, spring
Willie's
tap.
in if there's a will. There's a way kinda guy.
He is. He's got that willy, you know? That willy in him. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna go back to shuffling my little cards.
I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be back.
Get cheese! That moves. She moves.
Cheese, Gromit.
Cheese, Gromit, cheese!
Cheese, Gromit. Quick, Gromit. We gotta hide the body, Gromit. There's no cheese and crackers in prison, Gromit.
Cheese, Gromit, cheese! Oh!
Cheese.
Sorry.
Not even Wensleydale.
He wants to go in the mouth. Know your snack. That's exactly what I'm going to be asking.
Oh, why is someone knocking on my door?
Crackers for cheese! I love cheese! I need something. I should see if I have. Oh, let me get this. Yo, pausing the song immediately. Yo, it really does just sound like it. He says, yeah, I can't say that. I can't say that. Oh, I have more fish to smoke. Welcome back. Eso era yo, because it's pousse, like P-U-S-E. El pousse el control. I'm like, that's why I made a joke earlier. I was like, did he just say? He did. He did.
On Stardew Valley, I'm going to get a cow named Cheese and a duck named Quackers, so I have cheese and quackers.
Cheese and quackers! Oh, I have no more coal. She bangs! She bangs! Oh, baby, just she moves. She moves. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. It's a movie. She bangs. She bangs. No, don't eat it. She moves. She moves.
Oh, I got a cutscene. I don't care about cutscene. Okay, I wanna. Is it upgrade? It is upgrade cabin. Okay.
She moves. She moves. I should upgrade my axe. I don't think I'm gonna make it over there. Quested construction on his home.
There we are.
I don't have to do anything for that, right? Okay.
No.
I'm like, wait a moment. Is it telling me I need to do something?
I have nothing in my house. It's fine. Yeah.
Hello, here on
I
stream
don't
today we are going to be eating a lionfish live. Hi,
Ew.
Car. Car, I have had the most burst of energy today. For especially what's been happening in my life. But I got One Piece. I'm so excited to watch One Piece. Quiet. I don't think you understand is that. So it's season 2 of live action. One, overall, actually, live action done really well. I love it. But I need to add this song.
It was really good adaptation.
In the first episode of season 2, they drop a character that is a really important character, and I understand. I like see what they're setting up in my brain. I'm like, okay, I just can't say that because B doesn't know. But this character doesn't debut till almost episode 600.
Oh,
So
okay.
I was really caught off guard. I was like, okay, yeah, he's talking, and then boom, cut the scene, and he's standing in the back. He walks through the door, but then he just stands there, and I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean he's there? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
But also he has a silly hat, so it looked funny. Thunder is crazy. Yeah. They be pulling like a lot of lore. I think because they are trying to condense it. And they've been doing it really good. But they are trying to condense it. But so that means random lore pops up and I'm like, what do you mean you put it here? That's what? What? But yeah. With One Piece, it's very crazy. I got to my favorite character and now he's gone because like his purpose in this like section of the anime is gone, so he said, okay, see you later. So now I have to wait till he comes back again.
No.
Yeah. I was so happy for like 10, 15 episodes, and then I'm like, well, there goes my husband. I'll see you later. Oh, I didn't put down. I put that aside. What anime? One Piece! The One Piece! The One Piece! I hope I didn't eat any of this fish because I just sold it all. I think I genuinely need to drink more water. Because I've been talking too much. Oh, I'm gonna save that and put that over there. See, yes. Oh, I'm definitely not doing... Oh, the eel? I'm sorry, our eel pit, and by that, Gar's eel pit, literally gave us spicy eel. They cooked one of their...
Spicy eel.
They cooked one of them and gave me 5 spicy eel. They cooked their brothers. Anyways, yes, Gar.
Oh.
Gar and Car, you both should watch One Piece. You got through Naruto. You can catch up with me in One Piece. But also don't do it, it's a lot. That's what I'm saying. They got stoves. They got a knife. They definitely have a knife in that pond. How are they cutting up their feller eels like that? For free? They cook that all for free for us. Can't believe them. Vendetta again. Ooh, why? I love a good vendetta. I don't even care if it's like, this is my favorite anime. I could care less. I want to know about the vendetta. I support it. Oh my god, I forgot to put the mask on my kid. I put the skull mask on my kid and it looks horrifying. I just looked up and I see him in his bed. I see her in her bed. Rashetta. I went to bed really early. I'll get back out. Stare at my kid. Stares at my kid. I don't really have anything else to do. Is there anything on the TV? What day is it? It's a Monday. $14 fishing info. Oh my god. I don't like that I heard Sebastian enter the house. That was quite scary. Okay, wait, actually, excuse me, Sebastian, I need to cook. I'm still missing a lot of recipes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
No.
Our bear! Our bear is gone! Okay, I go back to sleep. I just sit here. Oh, I forgot I gave you the little Barbie phone. I sold a lot of fish. I got 17K from that.
Oh, is your fish? Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I went back to calm music because I have what is it? I have my green playlist on, but now I'm like, no. No, wait. I need hype. Also, I'm playing Juicy again by Doja Cat. Gar dedicated this to Emily in the game and to you. I feel like a DJ now. This next song is dedicated to Gar. As I toss my baby. Oh, yeah, I need to put my fish tank somewhere. I don't know where to put my fish tank. I like decked out this house. Oh no, that's where I was gonna put my fish tank.
What is blocking my house?
Where did the bear go? My bear. Well, bear went to go get snack, and so now we're waiting.
I'm sorry.
Welcome back.
I'm sorry. It appears my game also crashed.
Yeah, we witnessed it perish.
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary.
I just want to get a snack and talk to my mom.
Welcome back.
California bear? That'd be crazy. The bear's not in California.
I better not be.
Imagine you're like, what do you mean? Walks, opens door. Where the fuck am I? Oh, yes.
What snack you got?
Prevalent information. What snack did get?
Bread, cheese.
What type of cheese and what type of bread? Go.
Cheese.
So we have a best of both.
Okay.
Half whole wheat, half white bread.
Okay.
That's really good.
Okay.
And vintage really sharp cheddar.
Ooh,
Yeah.
cheddar. Cheddar? I hardly know her.
Oh, I knew her.
Yeah, don't you worry, I do. Oh, let me go check on. Oh no, let's bring that to the island. Well, you can see it to the back. Talk to my white bread, so it's. Sorry, Doc, I started reading the first message and then I looked again and I started seeing the second message. I was like, you haven't talked to your white bread? You haven't talked to your mom on the phone in a couple days. Okay. Half whole wheat, half white bread. So half wheat?
No, it's bread is just half and half.
I see what you mean. I see
It's literally called half. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's literally called half and half.
Yeah.
I was like, huh? No, I see what you mean. It would be half of the wheat, but it's not half of the wheat.
I see what you mean,
half of
but
the
I'm
wheat.
stupid.
I am stupid. No, you're not. The bread company is. How can you say it's whole wheat when you're only giving me half of the wheat? Car, I'm taking care of your animals. Boom, boom, skibba-boom. Car's collection grows. Car's collection grows. Dude, don't worry, I have no practice skills. Practical. It's okay. I can't read. Oh, it's okay. We're all in this together. I forgot it was Goomber who joined us on this map, too. On this farm. One day we'll have a full server again.
No.
Town. Okay, I drop off axe. Upgrade tools. Iridium axe. Okay, I can no longer chop trees. Now I go to island and farm. 8 p.m.
That reminds me, I should go drop off my own axe.
Please, please, sir. Oh, I don't want. I'm gonna click accept for this. We don't have to do it. We did the other one, so I'm like, if this happens to get done, cool.
Mhm.
The presents, or is just not slightly. No, don't worry about
You know
it.
that's way easier now we have Ginger Island.
That's so true. I'll see what I can do about it. I say as I continue on to Ginger Island.
Because there's, I mean, Ginger Island has the bone nodes.
They're doing what to their notes?
They bone in their nodes. I grabbed iridium. I didn't grab gold. I'm an idiot.
That's a mood, though.
I ain't gonna make it in
Ooh.
time.
No.
Actually, I might make it in time, so I gotta go all the way back.
Zuzu City. Sam is playing a jazzy tune. Oh, they're all leaving the beach as I can hear. My wife, yes, she was chillaxing. Now she's leaving. So she fucking hates us. She hates us. I get here and she leaves. No, just later in the day. Oh, I thought there was seeds there. I guess it didn't plant anything. I'll plant some more pineapple.
You know, I'm so glad that plants don't rot.
That's real.
You know, like they only do it at the end of the season, and I'm so glad.
Yeah, life would be rough if they just like. Oof. I'm like, what do you? Wait, I'm sorry, I forgot about you.
Papa, drink a
Mhm.
pint. Hello.
Yay! Oh wow!
Yeah. Hello.
Hi!
There we go.
Hi.
Oh, oh. Oh my god, that's.
Oh, that's much better.
I think the 25th is the Feast of the Winter Star, so make sure you have your gifts.
I'm off the island. I clicked the
have my
big tower.
Christmas
I
card.
didn't know what the big tower did.
Yeah, the big tower's an obelisk.
I was just like, wow, this is so cool. I guess I'll just grab some more seeds to bring over there. Let me just like make up some money. Oh, is the event tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow or Friday? Not Friday, Thursday. I can't remember.
Let's see.
Off the top of my head.
I'm gonna read the mail.
No.
Mail.
Oh.
Mail. We don't have it.
Where is
it doesn't exist.
That doesn't look like. I think I read who I have wrong for the.
Who is it? Let me look.
That's the kid.
I feel bad. I squished a bug trying to get it off my phone.
What type of bug was on your phone? Sorry, I'm like being an old lady looking at the computer screen closer. That's the kid. I got the kid. Because that ain't Mayor Lewis. Maybe I just read the ending as Mayor
that's
Lewis.
Vincent. Do you have any grapes?
I do. What else can I give you? Where was the
I
kid?
give him one. He likes them. He likes grapes.
Oh my god, I'm not friends with like anybody's. Oh, I have one heart with Shaw.
Shaw.
I fucking love that.
Shaw.
There we go.
That reminds me. I gotta go
grapes?
talk to all your kids.
I know, I should talk to your kids.
I gotta get friendship up with everybody's children.
Where are my grapes? There we go. What'd you get this kid for Christmas? Grapes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Wow.
I can't interact with your baby. It's sleeping. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
I can't see your baby. It's sleeping. That is all.
That is all. I must leave now. Except to stock up on stuff to bring to the island.
Well, I didn't mean to show you my soul.
Same. I'm sorry.
Oh, I need to bring these. To
Oh, you're fine.
Should have these in here, right? Yes. Put that there. Is that...
There was another one. I did it again.
So what do you mean a moth? Moths are fucking huge sometimes.
I love moths. They're
I've been
so
having-
cute. I love them.
I've caught so many recently because my cats are trying to like catch the flying object. Completely fine. Okay, teeny tiny moths. I'm like, what do you mean a moth? Those things are fucking ginormous. Even like the medium moth. Or like little gnats. You're just murdering
love
moths. What's the moth ever do to you? No, I get it though. They
Moths are cool.
They are.
Moths are so cool.
I want to see prettier moths. Because we just get like the common moths.
Pretty.
At least like in the house.
Mm.
What type of moth? Let's see. Common moths. Common cloth moths. Oh,
Oh, boy.
that's literally that. They're really pretty. Sometimes they scare me.
I love silk.
What? What is this? Did they just call them pest? Insects. Pest. Damn, leave them alone. Oh my god, this is so funny. The names of these, I like, clouded drab, common Quaker, small, not Quaker, not like Quaker Oats, quack, no, it's not Quaker, there's not a C, no, there's a K. I'm gonna call it like Quaker Oats. Lead colored drab, powdered. It is Quaker. Powdered Quaker. Hebrew character.
Okay, it's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
Ah,
okay. I still won't go to that.
Okay,
No,
so I can go back.
don't go to sleep. I like the moth that is just Hebrew character, twin spotted. What do you mean, Hebrew character? Satellite, Pine Beauty, March Moth, Earl Grey. Okay, maybe I really
let me
like
some Earl
moth.
Grey
I love
tea.
that that's head hawk moth.
Antler
That's
moth.
so pretty.
Ooh, antler moth is so
Mhm.
pretty. Yeah, it is. They're so pretty. Moths are so fuzzy. Like, who made them so fuzzy?
They're so cute. Love them so much.
I agree. Which hog is this? Oh, it's this one. I'm getting eepy. Yeah, okay, pop off. Easy to see so I don't accidentally
Sorry,
hit
my
them
brain
with the
activated.
implosion. What is everybody's favorite moth?
The rosy maple moth.
Ooh, let me look that up. Oh, I love this
And then
picture of
the-
this moth. This specific, just like,
And then it's the death's head hawk moth.
he's raising his hand. Moth. If I didn't pick a cat, if I didn't like cats so much, I think I would be a moth VTuber. Rosy maple.
I was
Quite like-
very nearly a moth instead of a bear.
Yeah. Is it? I like that one, the rosy one, the pink one, but I also like the Luna moth. That's like the green
Oh,
one.
I like the Luna Moth.
Yeah.
I like the Luna Moth.
Oh my god.
He's pretty.
Look at this little guy. Look at him. He's like stretching up. He's so cute.
No.
I love them so much though. Like, look at that. Oh, you can't even see the
Mhm.
full colors. That's that shit that I love. Time to make a side project.
Also, the Madagascan sunset moth.
Manica.
Ew.
Mhm.
Ooh. Oh my god, the fact that this Madagascan sunset moth, but there's also a comet. Oh, comet moth. Oh, that
Ooh.
one's also from Madagascar too. That's why. That thing's fucking massive. I'm not gonna lie. Like, is that? Why does it look so big? Like, that thing is beautiful, but also if that was flying at my face, I think I would scream. Because I would not know what's coming at me, and I would be scared for my life for a mere second. And then I would
We
realize
should
it's
all
a
be
moth.
moths instead. Moth.
Was that you pretending to be a moth? You were assimilating to be a moth? Are we like Pokemon and we just say
Also,
moth?
the cinnabar moth is really small, but it's really cute. It's
Aw.
really pretty.
Oh.
Mhm.
Cinnabar. Oh, that one's really pretty. That's like elegant. She's classy. She is small. I
Mhm.
don't think I would scream as badly if that was flying at me. Because like some of those moths are just big that if I would be scared.
Like the Atlas moth.
Yeah, like it's just like this huge object coming at you. I'm
I
like,
believe
whoa.
the Atlas moth is one of the biggest moths.
Ooh.
Big moth.
Mhm.
Biggest
Yeah.
moth. Yeah, I
It's
think
one of
so.
them.
Yeah, because that looks similar to, oh my god, I don't like it. Like, I do. This man just has it on his face. But yeah, because it curves out so much.
I love Atlas moths.
The comet moth looked pretty freaking big too. I don't think nearly as big, but on the bigger end, where on the I would scream if it flew at my face. Please don't touch my face,
My
bugs.
favorite
Luckily, they
bug
don't
is the
do
orchid
that.
mantis.
Yeah.
That's why I
I
like
think
rosy
you'll
maple
like
moths.
this one. It's called the privet hawk moth.
Ooh.
It's pink.
Pink. I like this day in Stardew is just waiting for the event, so we're all looking at moths.
Yeah.
I don't like its butt.
Yeah.
Its
It's
butt kind of
booty.
scares me. That sounds really funny. What's wrong with it? Its butt scares me. The pink is so pretty in it.
There's one that I'm looking at that's really fluffy. It's really cute. It's got really interesting patterns, but I cannot physically say the name out loud on a stream.
Oh.
It's not bad or anything. I just can't bring myself to do it.
Wait, what is
I want to
it?
know what it is.
I'm sending you a photo.
Okay.
I'm sending you a photo. I'm putting a photo in the
Orchid mantis.
Oh, I forgot these were in the VC chat last time I looked.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, it's that. Oh.
I just can't bring myself to say it.
Understandable. I'm gonna move my haunted mannequin.
Why am I getting spammed with emails?
Oh, I made that scary. Oh, I did that to myself.
I want to see British moth species. Give me the British moth species.
Give me British moths, please. Yeah. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Oop, put that away. Do that. Do I have anything else up here?
Sorry. You good?
No dying allowed.
No, it just knocked my
Aw.
glass on my keyboard.
Oh.
My mug, sorry.
I want.
Yeah. No, why am I being moved? Don't. I don't wish to be in your bedroom. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. I'm like just waiting for the next day.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what's my child doing?
The child is running around. Ah!
Yeah, with a fucking monster mask on. Oh, my child's going to bed. Oh, the child put themselves under the covers like completely. Oh, fuck it up, Miku. Oh, okay. I don't need to be looking.
You know, I really love the Japanese bee flies.
Japanese. Okay, now I need to look. Japanese bee fly. Why do they look like that? Why do they look like that? Why do they look like that? Why do they fucking look
What's
like
wrong with
that?
them?
Why do they look like that?
Bee
wrong
flies,
with
my
them?
beloved.
Why do they got such long legs? Oh my god, why do they look like that? Why are they so fuzzy? You know when people
Fun
say...
fact, that's what Cutie Fly is based off of.
Hell yeah.
Look at bee flies, then search Cutie Fly, the Pokemon.
Yeah. I just like, it feels like one of those memes of pick a struggle. Do you want long legs or do you want to be fuzzy? Do you want to be a bee or do you want to be a fly? Pick a
I want
struggle.
to be both.
Yeah, that's what he said. They're
Mhm.
so cute, but I'm like so confused looking at them. Oh,
Sorry, I didn't mean to show you my rob there. So I got stuff to do.
George
No.
just sent me
before the
rocks in the
festival, I'm
mail.
sorry.
Pink mantis. Me love pink mantis. Is anything done down there? No, just the iridium. Mantis. What's everybody's favorite bug? Since we're on the topic of bugs and somebody here loves bugs.
So my favorite, but I have so many. The Japanese emperor caterpillar
Ooh.
is one of them. It's just a little guy.
Just a little guy. Oh,
It
what
is. It's just a little guy.
Let me look up what Sorry, I looked up bugs and then I had a visceral reaction.
You already know the rosy maple moth. I like Hercules beetle. I like beetle. Most beetles are chill and my favorites.
Understandable. I'm sorry, please don't look at my facial reactions while you were talking about beetles.
I also really like millipedes. I want to keep
Okay, yeah, those are fair.
When I move out. There's really cool ones. It's called the black flame millipede and it's bright red with like black over the top of it. It's really, really cool.
Okay. Pop off with the beetles. Close enough. Welcome back, beetles.
Crashed.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh. We'll wait till you get back for the
Are you
event.
okay with like the freakier bugs?
Yeah, I mean,
Can
like,
I tell you a freaky bug?
yes, I'm putting down my nail polish so that I can look it up.
The giraffe weevil.
I feel like I know which one that is because that's an absurd name. And you know when it's just one of those things. That's not how you spell giraffe. Oh, what the fuck are you? You know when you want to look at something across and it's just like, like what's over there? Get your ass over here. Quiet. I am less disturbed of him compared to other beetles. Beetles give me the heebie-jeebies, but because one of my favorite beetles is like the Egyptian beetles and the scarabs, but unfortunately also the mummy, and that should be enough explanation.
Oh.
I love them dearly, but that scared me as a kid.
Yeah.
Also, woolly chafer beetles, I believe.
I hardly know her.
Yeah. They're just really, really silly.
That's real. I mean, that last guy, the giraffe.
I believe they're beetles.
Oh, is the Huntsman Spider game out? She bangs. Ooh, baby. She moves. She moves. On Halloween, the little scary game that I play was Huntsman, but it wasn't fully out. It was just the first. Baby. Oh my god, it is! It is out. It is a $12 game, but it's only $9. I might buy it. Because it was one I downloaded from the internet, and then it came out on Steam. So then, what did he say? I don't know what my husband just said. Oh, hey, baby. But it came out on Steam, so then I played it. It got a lot of stuff, but then it wasn't fully done. And I guess it's fully done now.
You know what, Kent, you don't get interacted to.
You don't get anything, Kent. Took a spiced mead. Yeah.
I can't be bothered
she
to
walks like she talks like she talks like she walks.
I'd have to walk all the way around again.
Baby, she moves, she moves. Looks like a tire, but she stinks. Also, yes, She Bangs is on again. And unfortunately, right after She Bangs plays, it will be She Bangs again. But in Spanish. And I will be skipping that one. My child just blocked me.
I don't know if you've ever seen Rubber... Oh, it's Clint! I don't know if you've ever seen Rubber Ducky Isopods, but I love Rubber Ducky Isopods.
You did.
So
you told me to look that up last time when we were talking about it. But oh, sorry. Nah, Shane is the one who gave me a gift. Quiet, you're running in my cutscene and that was so funny.
Quiet, sorry. Like, you know what, Clint? You gave me an iridium bar. That's fine.
Quiet, an achievement. Quiet, you got an achievement. You know,
yay.
I love Shane.
I have a friend.
You heard it here first. I love Shane. He gave me a tea set.
Ooh.
It's nothing fancy, but
you
it's the best.
got a tea set?
I got a tea set from Shane.
Oh yeah.
That is quite literally the best item you could get from this.
We have a tea set in this playthrough already too.
That's quite wittily the worst thing you could get.
Widowy, and it came from Shane. I guess I won't hate on you too much for a little bit, Shane. Oh, sorry, Kent. I can't reach you. Where the fuck?
I got a cake.
Oh. Let's see. What's that? Well, yeah, what's at the shop? Clam. Clam. I don't want any of that. Okay. Okay, She Bangs. She Bangs. I love you, but I want... Skipping ahead. Give me more love. Give me more love for bugs. I love that. I used to be terrified and really struggle with bugs, but I started to like them. Honestly, yeah, because bugs aren't just... They're just silly little guys, but some of them are quite disturbing and can fuck off, like centipedes.
They're just so silly.
Do I have a tea set in this
silly.
one? I do have a tea set somewhere in this one. I know I do.
Yeah, I gave it to you.
Yeah. I don't know where it is.
I remember we got a tea set year 1 from in our other save quiet.
Yeah.
And I was flabbergasted. Because not only that, but we got an ancient seed in spring year 1 from you as well, quiet. And I just sat there like, what is going on?
That's your TV? Okay, cool. Do I want to put it in here then? I can put I don't want to put this other tea set here. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I have it there. I feel like I gotta put one in here. No, don't pick up the table. Put the tea set down. No. There we go.
Also, I just love weevils because they just look really silly.
I just love.
Like the acorn weevil.
I
The
love
acorn
the
weevil is one of my
name.
favorites.
Oops, sorry, cat. Didn't mean to push you. Was just trying to say hello.
The acorn weevil just looks really dumb.
Oh, what was it? I learned about this
It's
really
also
big
one of the
spider.
ones that's really local to me too.
I can't drink
Which
my
is
tea
cool.
anymore. I like disgusted myself from the beetles, and then people talking
I'm
about
sorry.
spiders. No, because I was thinking about the scarabs from the Mummy. But then I was also then thinking about the people who have the spider coffees, and I'm like, what? What do you mean the spiders in the coffee? And I can't see that well into my mug right now, so it's one of those things that I can't see the bottom.
Apple.
Give him kiss. Okay, I'm going to the island. I'll never see you again, Sebastian.
Apple.
Oh wait.
Apple.
It
Apple.
Oh my god, Elliot's book is finished. Public reading this afternoon in a library. Hope to see you there. Oh my god, Elliot, what have you been doing for all these years, I wonder? It's like,
Evil
wow,
Elliot.
this
Evil.
past year
He's
has
not
been
evil. He's not evil.
I know.
Well, he's my ex-husband now, but
You erased his memory, so he doesn't know that.
yeah.
He
I
doesn't.
can go down to the skull cabin.
I gotta start
Yeah.
redesigning my farm, but I don't know how. What if he is evil? You're so right.
I don't actually have any food.
Oh,
I
I've just
need to
been
get
eating
food. I
cake.
don't have any food. Yeah, but I don't have any. That's the issue. I'm
Yeah.
waiting for cheese. I'm waiting till I have a good stock of cheese before I steal some.
Cheese. Oh, my iridium.
Jeez.
I need to go to the. Am I gonna be a farmer still? Seeing the
No.
lingerie mods for Stardew. I've seen some of them, not really, like fully in depth.
I don't know what that is.
I really wanna.
Crazy Psycho.
I really wanna try and mod Stardew. I've really got to work myself up to mod Stardew.
I believe in you.
It's so.
Hey, Batman.
I want to get expanded and everything.
Yeah.
And I want to like add more dialogue and stuff, you know?
I concur. I
I want
can't
to get a mod that lets me fuck the wizard.
It was cute and comfy. Like, I just want to talk to them more, get more options. I want to fuck the wizard. I agree.
I want to do nasty things with the wizard.
Sebastian and Sam date. That's cute. That's actually cute. Okay, okay, Christmas is over. These trees are coming down.
No.
I gotta start plotting my new farm.
I'm tempted to start thinking of a new layout for our farm.
Understandable.
I don't know if I wanna. That's a lot of effort.
I'm a little stressed because I need to do. I need to count math. Hold on. What did I need? Battery.
Yeah.
I am going to produce a lot of honey. That is my goal.
Honey.
It's 2 out. Okay, I need to make. Okay, so if I put this here. 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. One, two. Okay. 1, 2, 2, 1.
I gotta go pick up my gold axe in a minute.
1, 2. Oh, are those things ready?
And then
1, 2.
immediately give it back.
Okay, and then we'll move those. No, right? I need something that I can place on the floor.
Yeah, you know, I regret coming here, but I don't
No,
have
it
enough
should be
food.
fine. It should be
I'm
fine.
out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Nearly died. Did not like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I have
Yeah,
this.
I'll just stick to the regular one.
1, 2. Okay, and then I can move those out. All of my extra sprinklers. Farm. Car, you should farm with us again. This is gonna be.
Car.
I always miss car. Oh, I didn't mean to place that there, but I will. I'm gonna take this. I think I'm gonna do this. No, yeah. That's what I want to do. I actually kind of wish to listen to Bad Bunny.
I forgot that Jojo Mart was cinema.
Did we? Oh my god, I haven't gone to the cinema at all.
Because we did the missing bundle.
I think Turnip's the only one who's been there. Like since we like opened
and
that.
of course my pickaxe may be ready, but Clint is not here.
What the fuck? Why is he not there?
Get your ass back. It's Friday.
It's Friday. Hydrate. Thank you, Haunted. Tree is in Calbarn. Yes, there is a Christmas tree. Christmas tree and cars is always a necessary thing. I need 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Hey, quiet. Where are you? Are you back?
Yeah,
I'll be back.
Will do.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
What else I need? Maple. I'll be back.
Please.
2, 2, 3.
Yeah, 1 sec.
I'll be back.
On my way.
I'm in me mom's car. That's what that sounded like to me. I'm on me way. We're flying away.
Whee!
So I tell
Flying
you,
away.
real as hell.
Yeah, I'm farming.
Yeah.
Doing a
Okay,
farm.
we're not paying attention.
I'm on my way.
I'm on my way. I like how these have leaves because they're growing. Okay.
Whee!
Okay, we're just gonna. Okay, now we're gonna. No, we're not gonna do
Okay.
that.
No, you went the long way.
Ooh.
There's so much today. I farm soon. No, it is okay. Grocery shopping, life important.
Press on it.
We
Look,
just miss you on the farm,
Love
but
you,
literally
Brenda.
it's okay. What you
Yes,
need from
yes,
the
yes.
grocery store?
we're technically watching it by ourselves, but like we're not.
Technically, we are by ourselves, but that's okay. Okay. I think I make my farm smaller. I want to be a flower farm with some produce. What produce is coming up? I like strawberry.
this
We
is
make strawberry.
Okay.
Strawberry farmer with garlic. Oh yeah, we have a lot of peach. I think I need a new apricot tree. I think we put an apricot tree here.
Okay.
I'm gonna join and y'all are gonna see the highest level gear. Meanwhile, me still, you're just gonna be like, hi guys. You show up with like the fresh brand new pickaxe. It's like, what are we doing? It's like,
Yo, I got it.
stand behind this kitten.
Yo,
That's gonna be us,
Ooh,
car.
what'd you get? What'd you get?
Sorry. Our Easter
I got
strawberries
a
are.
little foot-on rabbit
I got a Jupiter.
from the crane game.
Is a fucking crane game?
Yeah, in the museum.
I'll do another one.
Not
Oh my
museum. In the thing, you can get things. I want to get the blue Junimo plush that's there.
I'm on my way.
I fucked that up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Damn it.
Oh, same here, same here.
I fucked up my timing. I know the timing perfectly. I just fucked it up. Yes, I got it!
Gar, I miss you
No.
though.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. I got the blue cinema plush.
Yay!
I have plans out
I
the
want
corner
Should
to
we
street
go
in the
watch
cinema.
the movie?
Yeah. One sec.
Interesting.
Yes, I got a pink one.
Got a ticket.
Yes.
How much does tickets
Oh my God.
cost?
You got a pink one?
Ooh.
I got a
I got a
pink
blue
one.
one
I'll
and
have
you
to
got
go
a pink
tomorrow.
one?
Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
I'm ready.
when
I'm
the
ready.
car's
No.
upgraded.
Oh, don't want to get.
Come on.
We
I
can
just
get.
wanna
Break,
watch
why
the
don't you bring
movie.
me an
We
rabbit's
can't.
foot?
No, we can't get sniped.
Oh,
It's a Christmas movie we're
I'm gonna go
watching.
steal a rabbit's
Yeah.
foot. Can I steal a rabbit's foot from somebody?
Mhm.
I think we
God, I
have
hate
somewhere
myself.
somewhere on the farm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay!
There's a chest outside my house. I should just be a regular chest. It's not colored or anything. That
Okay.
has dynamics and rabbit's feet in it.
Oh, this is. I love it.
Mhm.
Ah,
It's not
Watching a movie
mine.
together.
yay!
It's not mine, that is.
Mhm.
No, it's not mine. Hell yeah.
This is nice.
Hello, Barn.
Mhm.
Goodbye, Barn.
It's a Christmas movie though. I'm sorry about that. But then again, it is like Toxic Day in game. We're watching this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'll bring that tomorrow to him. Okay.
That was fun.
Let's see.
Bear in mind the it's not always available.
Ooh.
The crane game. Case in
Oh,
point,
okay.
the crane is already being used by somebody else right now. You can't
Oh,
use it.
Interesting.
So Leah wanted to see it. Mm-hmm.
There you go, plushies.
That.
Thank you for watching the movie with me.
No
Bonk,
problem, love.
Bonk, bonk.
Which your movies review is the best?
We should actually watch a full movie together one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, it's right there.
I think the
Let's
only full
see.
movie we've watched together is The Mummy.
I think that is yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Well, then when you
Keep
come
that.
over here, we're watching the whole Lord of the Rings. The whole day, we're just watching Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
1, 2, 1. There we go.
This little guy. Oh, this little
Yeah.
guy. This little guy.
Now I put these
Okay.
away.
Look at the little guy. Look at the little guy. Yes, I got. Wait, can you put your little picture demo here?
Yeah, will do.
Oh, if I do that, I have space again.
Yeah. I also have a.
Yay!
Can't put
So
that
I'm
back
just
there.
gonna put it.
Yay.
Yay! I'm
That
just gonna
there.
put it.
Yay!
Where's my
here.
You could
tiki?
put them like here and here.
Like that, like
Like
that.
one
Good enough?
there,
Don't need to watch anything
Yeah.
else. The Mummy is literally goated. I need to finish rewatching it. And that before.
I think it's really good, but the second one's CGI is a bit off.
That was just the time
Probably
of
because they
it.
rushed it.
Yeah.
They rushed it though. That's the problem. I remember I was reading something like
Russian.
that
Yeah.
they rushed it too much, and they I think they lost a bit of budget halfway through, so that's why it looks a bit weird.
I still love it. I'm like, that was just one little part of it too that I'm
Fun
like,
fact, I have never seen a Lord of the Rings movie, and
We gotta
Quiet
watch
is
it.
forcing me to watch all 3. How many is it? 3? 4?
Main trilogy.
3.
3, yeah. It's 3 for all of
Yeah.
them.
3. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and which the extended editions too, so even
It's
better.
good, yeah. I love Lord
Anyway,
of the
I'm
Rings.
gonna be napping for 12 hours.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
No, I'm gonna wake up at that one scene. That one scene. I'm
Where's
waking up at.
Sebastian going?
No, you better fucking not. You better not.
He just went through the walls.
It
Oh, he was in the
disappears.
first Lord of the Rings.
It's in
Oh,
the
really?
walls. It's in the goddamn wall.
He's in the goddamn walls. I didn't mean to do that. Go back. Catfish. Why, thank you. 12 hours sounds like a typical
Caroline,
Tuesday, mate.
what do you
Literally. What do we just your sleep schedule, Gar?
Yeah.
Extras go there. And burn down the
You good,
forest.
love? What was that?
Thank you, Doc.
I fucking love that fact. There's so many other
I have
facts.
banned him from saying that fact when we watch Lord of the Rings.
It's just so funny that like there's so many other things you probably could say that movie, but that is it now. That is it. That is the only fact about that movie. But also that kind of pains me too, knowing that. Like, ow. I don't want to think about. Wait. Like that's gotta hurt kicking that, and then you broke your toe while doing that. I don't like that. Me and my brother were watching this one channel. Oh, you're so right, the rabbit foot. Thank you, Haunted. And it's a foodie who makes different types of foods, but it's all Lord of the Rings or World of Warcraft.
Ooh.
And it's so good.
That's cool.
I believe there's a book that's either out now or going to be coming out that's kind of like Hobbit meets like a baking show type of vibe, and they have recipes that are tried and true, tested. So you can go and read the recipes and then make them, and they're all inspired by The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and that.
Oh, I like that.
I know I bought my brother a cookbook that is all
I don't know what it's called though.
Lord of the Rings. And I think it's more Hobbit based, I think. But it's all
The thing is though, is it's not a it's not like a cookbook, it's a fantasy book that just has a bunch of recipes in that they use in the book so you could go make them yourself.
Ooh.
Which I think is really cool.
I think I know what you're talking about because I think I know exactly that book because me and Shaylin just saw it.
I don't know what it's called though.
Is it about the one I'm thinking of? I don't remember the title, but it's like Dragon. The first one's a cafe, Dragon Cafe, but that one does have recipes in it. I don't know about the second one. The official Skyrim and Fallout cookbooks. Hell yeah! I need Crane Man. Crane Man, I'm going to kill you.
Oh, is the Crane Man there?
Yeah. Oh, ma'am, I'm here by myself. Yeah. I want snack.
If you go watch the movie, he might disappear.
Oh, Pam and Penny are here. Sweet rolls in Skyrim. God, I need the muffins. I need my Mexican muffins. I need to go to the Mexican market. Cow.
Ow. Awa, awa.
Awa, awa.
My moon, my man. Okay, you got a car. Oh, I didn't see that till now. Ooh. Add to queue. Do that, and we do this. There we go.
Be attacked.
Scrimmage. Stardew Frat. Stardew Frat. Stardew Frat. Stardew Frat. Crane Man is a bitch. He's still there. This is exactly how I stand when I watch my friends play crane games. You can't even see the crane game, but it's perfectly where my webcam is. I should talk to
I
these two.
need to do more mining.
Mining.
I'm at level 8 mining and level 8
I think we
combat,
can.
and that's the only two I need to get up.
If you want a mining buddy.
So I'm
That'd be
just gonna
good.
spend 1 million.
Hehe song. Yes, correct. It's your song. Is there? Oh,
On the next day, we can go and watch. We can go and mine if you'd like.
Yes. Yeah.
what if I go in again? Wait, I want to go in again. I have money. Let me in. Okay, I'll hold the ticket for this week. Oh, the week's about to end. I don't really want to go to the island. Three pipes. I know where they are. I know where they
I
are.
gotta get enough cinder shards that I can enchant my sword.
We fish.
Mhm.
To stop you from seeing a movie. God forbid I want to spend my money at the movie theater. God forbid. Dude, I'm so sad about Smiling Friends.
Was that real?
Yeah, there's no more.
I thought I saw somebody confirming it as a joke or something like that.
No, they made a whole video addressing it. And then that's where
Oh,
all
it's
the
like a
jokes came from. Yeah.
Mm.
I just like the...
I don't know, I didn't watch the video, I just saw an Insta post saying it was done.
That's fair. I didn't watch it either.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the turn it on the TV. It's on every channel. Oh, my Smiling Friends. I need one more bike. Like Sebastian, when his favorite film is on. True. I mean, it'll be different movies too for next week. And by that, Christmas is over.
You can Google it.
Nah.
You
Just
can
take him
Google what
every
movies
week.
are. You can also
Ooh.
Google what his favorite snacks are, so you get an even bigger buff.
Eh. Doc, what are the 2 reasons? Or at least what people are saying. 3 pikes. Yippee. Oh, who do I
Quiet, depending on what's on,
Really?
can we go see a movie in April?
Yep.
Yay!
Yeah. I think
see in here?
the new Scream film is out then, possibly.
New Scream is out, yeah.
The new Scream film came out and it bombed really badly.
Yeah.
Okay, that
I have not heard good things about it,
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't like
I've not
them
heard
as well.
a single good thing about it,
I will be watching it, just
which I'm really disappointed about it.
hmm ready or not.
Like, I want to watch it, but I don't want to spend enough money on it. Like, I don't want to spend money on watching it.
Yeah.
You're going
What
in
I'll do is
April, right?
yeah.
Ready or
Beginning of April.
Ready or Not
Well,
2
first week of April.
should be out then, if you want to see
I
that.
don't think I've seen the first one.
Oh, it's it's fun. It's a little silly, but horror.
Mm.
I just know that one's coming out. Or. Your sweet roll, not my
Oh,
sweet
did someone
roll.
steal your sweet roll?
What I'll do is like the Tuesday, or I'll just have a little Monday. Well, Tuesday, I'll see what's in the cinema that week, like the next one week.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Put those
See what's
away.
out.
Dip inside.
I
Bitch, where
can
your
I can
friends
look it
at?
up in
Where
a minute
your
if you'd
friends
like,
at?
see if it's available. But you gotta
don't
tell
need
me what
Iridium.
your local cinema is.
Yeah.
That way, that way.
I'll DM it to you now.
Yeah. Thank you,
I
love.
could have gone to
No
the
problem.
island.
Mhm.
So I think the next day will be our last day. I think. I'm
Mhm.
debating if I want to get fully or when we start up, we just start at the new year. Car, we have heard
We
from
could just
Gar.
start at the new year.
That's what I'm thinking. So when we come back, it's a fresh new year. And we won't be confused what everybody's doing, you know? Oh no, Gar, you're
I
addicted.
mean, we'll still be confused, but it'll just be the new year.
Confused, but a little less. We'll have purpose. The normal routine.
Mhm.
Running at the top instead of being... Okay, yeah, I have heard that first part, Doc. Huh. That's interesting. I mean, like... Oh my god, all the wives walking back to the farm to go to their respective households. I could see the second one happening, but also there's been so many jokes in there that I'm like... A case of... They've made fun of a lot of things.
Car, I am so jealous of you right now.
Pokebia. Oh no.
Being able to play it.
Man. Hold on, which Pokemon?
It's only on Switch too.
What is this one? What is this one?
Which is mean.
Machamp. Machamp sleeping. Where's my Twitter?
You can get like a little bed for Suicune, and it like paws the bed before it goes to lay down, and it's just so cute.
The Machamp sleeping in the bed is so funny. I wonder if I can find the pictures. That is my favorite thing. That
I mean, it is basically human.
The way he's posed up is so funny. That's the thing. I'll have to find the pictures of it. I know I have one video saved from it. Oh, I opened up somebody's stream. Likes. Deadlock, One Piece, Devil May Cry, Leon S. Kennedy and a Krusty Krab, Car, Dante, Deadlock, One Piece, Rem. Okay, maybe I didn't like that post, so I'm just gonna end it all. I do have a Charizard saying, I flew up. Snick.
Mom, I flew up.
Yeah. Wives heading... or it's just wives heading back after a long day in town. Exactly. Exactly what's happening. Shake. Speech bubbles are so funny. I like how round everything is.
There's a Magikarp that says yo a lot.
I love it.
And I think that's really funny.
I saw someone, another streamer, and there was a candle by the Magikarp, and she said, I'm gonna take this candle. She took it, and he got pissed off. He's like, what the fuck? He didn't say that, but he was like, I want the candle.
Mm-hmm.
He was thinking it. He was asleep next to it. And she just took it, and he woke up like, huh? My candle. I am painting my nails casually. Like, let's get this place humid.
Oh shit, it is 1:30.
Humid. Let's get this. Instead of let's get this place bumping. Let's get this place humid. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Backstreet Boys, but I'm sorry. Backstreet Boys saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was out late. Moved Squirtle's toy blocks and he got upset at me. It's so funny how upset they get. Because they genuinely are just like, bro, that was my thing. Why'd you move it? That's like, sorry, man, you didn't use your words. As they're just saying, Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. How dare you move his toy? Oh, I should talk to my children. Where are my cursed children? Oh, Car, I should show you my child. Not that one. That one's normal. Where's my child? Oh, there it is. My child haunts me. Yeah, they make it. Didn't know he was so attached to them because he just asked for a chair. It's so funny. He's just like, yeah, I really want this chair. Okay, I'm gonna take these blocks then, you know, make up some space. I want the blocks. Give me back my blocks, lady. He's just a little collector. You can't take his things from him. Oh, nope. Not what I wanted to fix. I need to get more coal. I want to play at car, but I don't have a Switch 2. It was so sad.
You know how I am so tempted to buy a Switch 2 just for that, and that's,
No, that's
really
so
bad
real.
of me. I shouldn't do that.
No, but that's
it's
how they
so
get you.
cute. I know that's how they get me. I've also been wanting to play some of the other games on there, but it's like
It's so much just
the
for
amount
the
of
game.
people who bought Switch 2s exclusively for Pokopia is wild.
It's such a funny little name. Making caviar in our shed. Yes, I am. Just casual caviar. Don't worry about it. I got a lot, okay? The eels made a lot, okay? I can make you fire. Oh my god, I still haven't finished watching Markiplier playing Poppy Playtime. I'll get to the end of that playthrough eventually.
One day.
Well, literally one day.
One day.
And to get
You
a
know
Switch
what?
too?
I'm gonna take these cheeses out of
The
here.
fact that we have a flight
Jeez.
next month. You have a flight next month? And you bought a Switch too? I really want to go to the island, but I shouldn't. I'm gonna go to the
be
island.
fair, my Switch is on its last legs. It is about to die.
Yeah.
It would probably be good to buy a new Switch. I've been thinking about it.
I mean, at least
and
it's...
I'm really nervous to buy them secondhand.
That's fair. That's a fair thing. Like, at least with you, since your Switch is slowly going, it's better than if you just bought a new.
Going. The left Joy-Con doesn't want to work properly.
So sad. At least that would be a better upgrade then, but it still is like, it's so expensive. So that is understandable.
Yeah, I do not have like, what is it, 400 quid to go drop on a new Switch.
Yeah.
I think it's 400.
I think you're right. 400 or 500? No, I think it's 400. I don't think it's 500. That's crazy.
It might be 500 for you, but it's probably 400.
It's 385.
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, so 400 essentially.
You can afford to make the payments more palatable. That's fair. Honestly, I am really liking the when you can split up the payments, because like in this economy, because like even if it is car, how much was it for us here for a Switch 2?
I know it's 50. I know the games, at least, they're all, I think, 60, which is too much. That's too much.
I think they're more... Hold on, now I gotta do... Let me pick all these plants, so I know these plants get picked.
Mario... Because the regular Switch games are all 50. So, I think the Switch 2 games are 60?
I think so, yeah.
Right?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Let me see. Give me, yeah, Pokopia. Let's see.
I want to get a Switch at some point.
Just tell me.
Yeah.
Sure, take me to Amazon. Nine payments are one
I
time. That's not bad.
want to replace mine.
Also, I did just like. No, yeah, I'm like, okay. It's $70.
Because the old Switch, the regular Switch I was given by my friend, the screen literally just died on me.
Oh, what
I was only just able to send all my data back to my the older Switch. Only just, else I would have lost all of my Pokemon because those aren't cloud saves.
That's so sad.
My complete living dexes in both Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Violet would have been destroyed.
Oh my god.
And I say complete, I mean the entire dex, including both DLCs in both games.
Not fun. Those payments aren't too bad though, Car. Where's my seeds? There it is. That's still...
I guess it depends on when you get paid.
I get paid weekly, so it wouldn't be the worst, but also I don't work a lot right now.
Over here it's monthly is the standard.
It just really depends on the companies here.
The only time I was paid weekly was when I was back in the kitchen.
I believe Dad is, but at the same time, that's construction. That's gonna be.
Yeah.
Whereas when Mum was in the kitchen, she was.
Is that out? Let's more. After I get paid, since mine are bi-weekly. Okay, yeah. So you're bi-weekly. I'm weekly. Which is nice. Oh my god. When did I get beer in my pocket?
Is that a beer in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Boy, it barely gets beer. Boy, oh boy, did not expect it to be actual beer. I thought I was just happy to see you. Bi-weekly? I'm bi-daily?
Can't it be both?
That's what I'm saying.
Wink one.
I can't let my little bear down, you know? I got a beer in my pocket because I'm happy to see you. You know?
Yeah.
I would say it wouldn't be that bad if I wanted to get a Switch, but I'm not really working right now, so it would be bad.
I mean, technically, after April, if I wait until May, then I could, and I would still have money left over. So I could reasonably do it.
I think, at least in your case, I think you should get a Switch too, but it should be plan it out a little bit.
Okay? Don't die.
What the fuck did you do?
Yeah, no, I would be planning it out. It would be like May, June at the earliest.
Yeah, and that's not too bad. It just sucks right now because... Oh, yeah.
It's sad because they put an event at the first week of release.
That's kind of fucked.
It's like, why would they do that? Like, it's a timed event too.
That's
like, why would they do that?
They want our money. Which I get, but like, that's just like a little fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh my go. I'm making payments on my Switch too for y'all.
You are not, dog. I would not let you.
I had to think for a second. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That would make me very
talking
deeply
about.
uncomfortable.
You said, oh, here's your payment for your Switch 2. Like, what? The fuck do you mean? What do you fuck do you mean my payments for my Switch 2? What Switch 2 are you talking about? Oh, I was supposed to play Treats. Oops. Treeps?
Treeps.
No, I was supposed to plant treeps. Oh no, my treeps. I was supposed to decorate. No, I'll do it next time we play. Oh, that's... I planted all those. The island farm is poppin'. That is all I will say. Treats?
Yeah.
No treats. Treats? No treats.
Treats?
No treats.
No treats.
Treats?
No treats. Oh, I get level 10 in
Holy
combat.
shit, I made 177,000 money today.
Fuck yeah, I didn't sell anything.
I sold a lot of wine.
I have some
Wine.
pocketed. Spreading weeds have caused damage to your farm. I just want to... I'm gonna close the game. If I look outside, I'll continue playing.
We could.
I closed it.
Evil.
Stinky weeds. No treats. Treats? No treats.
Eat the treats.
I really thought...
Ow.
Ow. No, yeah,
Needed
okay.
treats.
That's what I thought. Some of the Switch 2 games are like $80.
Yeah, it's not
Some
worth it.
aren't, though.
Nice.
That's for one Switch.
I'm just glad that it costs the same amount to buy the game and the upgrade as it is just to buy the Switch 2 game, because I was really worried that they were going to make it to upgrade your previous games more expensive.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it's like it's a 50 pound game for a £10 upgrade. So like if you got Mario Kart, then you could
Oh, okay,
upgrade it.
Stardew upgrade
and things
is
like that.
You're so right.
But and the Mario Kart just Switch 2 edition is 60, whereas I was worried that they were going to make the upgrade like 20 instead of 10 to make it 70 instead of 60. So it costs more to upgrade your old games than it does to just get the new version, you know?
Interesting. I hate
Because
that
they
they're
would do that.
Animal Crossing Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Just play it on your old Switch. Just play it on your old Switch if you can. Just do that.
Well, because regular Switch games work on the Switch 2.
Yeah.
It's backwards compatible.
I guess if you if you didn't have it originally, then you could just buy just that one. I'm gonna fight you, Doc. I'm gonna fight you. I don't like buying from this person, this place. Let's look at Best Buy. That's not how you spell Switch. There we go. Switch 2. Okay, it's $500 if you buy the Switch 2 with the Mario Kart bundle. Otherwise, it's $450. I really want Pokopia. I love the aesthetic of it. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna say goodbye to you two. Thank you for joining me on farm today.
Lee, thank you for
Thank you.
farm.
Yeah, thank you.
for having.
Thank you for having me.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, I love my two little goobers. Let me open this. She's got all 3 medallions. B is giving me like the updates slowly as she is playing through Resident Evil 2. Very funny. Love it. Anyways. I really want to play Pokopia. But like, I can't buy a Switch 2. I never bought my original Switch anyways. Hashtag bring it. Bring it. I want a Psyduck. He's so cute. Okay, I don't need that. Oh, that's my lounge fly things I want to buy. I need to, car. They came out with Nami One Piece things, so I might buy the wallet because I need a new wallet. I'm gonna watch more One Piece. He has first Nintendo game in a while that felt actually doing something. Ooh, okay. That's good to hear. I do like that. I do like that a lot. I'm gonna switch this too. Snatch wallet because it's really cute. I do really like I like the aesthetic for both of them. The wallet would just be nice because it is. Have you seen my wallet, Car? My current wallet is Indiana Jones, and it's by. It used to be the Her Universe, but I think it's like Our Universe now. It's like the Box Lunch and Hot Topic brand. It's the Indiana Jones one that matches my bag up there. That thing's fucking massive, bro. That thing's fucking massive. Did I take a screenshot today? Oh, I did. I took a screenshot of my child in the game. I love that I've learned how to take screenshots in the game. I take so many screenshots of everybody dead lying on the ground and deadlock, not gonna lie. Okay. Yeah! Okay, well, I'm gonna go be productive. I should really do a co-streaming stream sometime and be productive with you guys. I'm not gonna paint my nails right now. Hold on. Put that down. Oh, that feels better. It felt awful yesterday when I painted them. It's just like a protective nail defensor because my nails fucking break from work. Car, why can't we just be successful actors? We are successful actors, but we're not successful actors, you know? Why can't we just... Why? Why hard? Why so hard? Why hard? Car, I'm gonna steal you and we're gonna go to LA. And do something, I don't know. Take a class, take an acting class. Always at weird times. Anyways, agents should just spot us. That's what I'm saying, because you're telling me I have to email them? God. I've talked to Linton about it and about emailing them. I don't want to have to do that. I know I have to and I will, but I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to. I don't want to. But yeah. That boy also found some other like combat training stuff. So I'm gonna snatch that from him. And if you are down, it should take you some time. Anyways, I love you all as well. I am gonna let you guys go. So I'm gonna say goodbye from here. Bye bye. Me? Yes. You. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We have Resident Evil tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. I do love Farm. There was a good like end of the year for Farm. So that was a good time. We have Resident Evil Revelations tomorrow. As long as everything goes well and Kai wants to play. We will finish that up and play Revelations 2. But so I was trying to fix my window. But yeah, so we should move through the Revelations tomorrow. Let me play the song that Junior had. Actually, I want Moon Boy. But yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Please take care. Stay hydrated and everything. I love you all. Thank you so much for everything. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.